Probably easier. Oh shit, it's always got to fix. Okay. Blue, blah blah. Blah, blah.
Hello everyone! Welcome to Reef Rushdown 10. I am Kraken Mare, joined by the lovely Crystal. How are you doing tonight, Crystal?
Hello, Kraken Mare. How are you doing today? I'm lovely.
Well, we have some fun action ahead of us. We have Bla Bla versus Aboltus, which is, Among Us meme. We're going to start with 2 tournaments in a row here with an Among Us meme. We had TG last night have some Among Us memes, so you know what? We're going to have Reef Rushdown start with one. Funny enough. So we're going to have a best of 3 set in this one. And, we'll probably talk about the teams a little bit. We do have ourselves a Russian team here, I believe. I believe Aboltus is Russian, which is always fun to see. Fun to see some people from different areas of the world in this one. Excited to see how they're going to do here. And we will see how Bla Bla reacts to them. But nonetheless, we're going to be getting on to our maps, Crystal. What do you think about those maps?
Well, Bloodzone's Wahoo World is a very open map. You need to be sure to hold both areas of the flat area and also the middle casserole area. You need to ensure you have your paints and your specials.
Yeah, this one here, it's a nice round map too, which is fun. Who doesn't love a fun round map? Nobody gets that anymore, right? You know, every other map is square, and then you got this one, which is amazingly fun with the roundness. So here we go. We're gonna go into this one here. And yes, all right. We get to see some fun weapons on this one, Crystal. What about that Inkling?
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Also a Clash Blast on the side of purple here. And the E-Leader starts off with a fresh pick on that Jet Squatcher there.
Yeah,
the green side is Cap Zone.
Yeah, we have ourselves Bias here trying to get another one. Not going to be able to do so. Right now, though, Bla Bla here having control of the zone, doing the best they can, getting those jumps in huge. We see our Russian friends over there across the way trying to get in, able to take a trade, but that is not beneficial here when you are down and already down to 35 remaining.
Yeah, that is true. All these hammers and these Brellas coming in with the sniper peeking from the top view there. It's really making hard for Aboltus to push in. They're trying to use their specials with their Tenimals, as we said earlier, but it's not really prevailing here. They do manage to get a trade here, but as you said, it is not beneficial, and they did, in fact, take a quick KO from Bla Bla here.
Yeah. Unfortunately here, they're just outmatched in this one in that first game, but that's alright. One game is not the end of the world. So don't worry about losing just one. What matters most is going in and coming back in this next one. And we are going to be going into Clam Blitz Ink Blot Art Academy. What do you think about that one? What's the key positions on this one, Crystal?
Well, as we all know, the middle position here is a very dangerous position, and any ranged backline here can really dominate the map with enough turf control and teammates supporting. Especially in Clam Blitz here, pushing up here through the both right side with the block there, and also the left side can make a really interesting outcome.
You're right. Using those blocks are so key on this map. Of course, you don't always have the block on every single mode. You know, it's only available to you on tower control and, of course, Clam Blitz like we have here. So it gives you 2 options. We really have a third one. Of course, you can flank all the way around. It's not very utilized. I would love to see one of the teams use it. But either way, you have to find a... you can use that to get control and then push through one of the other directions too. So that is a key that a lot of people forget to use. And we're going to see here if either one of these teams will use that to their benefit. teams here getting ready here in just a few moments. We'll be heading into this one, and we're going to see what they're going to bring weapon-wise and what they're going to bring in terms of game plan-wise.
For sure.
Alrighty, here we go. We are going into this one with some fun weaponry again. It looks like the Clash Blaster coming out again, Crystal.
Yeah, that is true, and they also do have a Baller there, which is rather interesting on this map because usually you see those ink jets hovering over both sides of the stacks here, using that to their advantage. But here we have a Baller, which is going to show an interesting play to pushing up, also defending with that tent umbrella there.
Yeah, oh, here come the Nautilus pushing up quickly. Look at this complete domination right now by Bla Bla. Getting control of the enemy's plat. We do see here that Aboltus trying to do the best they can, using their little bit of range. Good job there by the Flings, trying to do some jib to image. Nonetheless, not going to be quite successful right away. The 10 is going to push forward and score.
Yes, they do. They also have another power clam there, but can they score it in? Unfortunately not. However, they do get 2 kills with that inkjet. A nice double with the inkjet is always really ideal. There is someone on that little grate there that the sniper is trying to peek out from, but it is not working so well here.
Alrighty.
The tent umbrella, as we said, is using those stacks here, and they managed to get a double popping off that hammer.
Yeah, that tent doing a great job. 2 with 1 shot. That's hard to do. But a great attempted defense there by Aboltus, but not going to be successful. We see him down to 52 remaining, and they still have that tent there. They could go for a little bit more, but the defense here by Prawn, able to get the sniper, but going to take a trade. But nonetheless, that is going to at least temporarily stop Bla Bla's push.
Yeah, for sure. They are still all located into Aboltus' spawn here. The Nautilus is trying to get a few picks, and they are managing successfully, as they have gotten 2 so far with their inkjet and armor ready to go, popping into their base here. They've dropped their clams. They're the only one alive. And another double by that Tenta, was it?
Oh no, that was the H3. The H3 getting a triple, getting another one there in the background. They're going for the quad. They're gonna take a trade. But nonetheless, that is a quad on the board for that H3, already up to 13 KA. For those that don't know, you can see the KA's current there above the weapons. It is the left number. The right number is their special. So that H3 already up to 14 KA, make it with that trade. And down to 21 points remaining here. Sniper just trying to score a few more points before they get pushed back.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. As you can see here, the map control of Bla Bla here is astounding. There is almost blue ink everywhere I can see here. Except in their little plat area where they are continuously like sniping off with peaks here from the stack side. And there is also one going the opposite direction, which is an interesting play. Have one go the other way and have one go the other way.
Yeah, look at Bias here getting the triple on those snipes. What enemies? They're going for the quad. The Jet Squelcher stays alive though, trying to paint up here. Maybe get those missiles ready. The missiles are ready. Expect them to come out. No, they do get one though. They're gonna go down as well. The Flings are able to defend from getting any more points. We do have a ball ready. On the side of Aboltus, can the imposters prove that they're actually crewmate here and switch this game up with just a minute remaining? But with that Nautilus going down, it's going to be a little bit before they can start to push.
Yeah, definitely. As we said before, the blue ink here is astounding, and they have their inkjet ready, demolishing into their base, just taking out picks one at a time, allowing their teammates to grab clams and push forward safely.
Nautilus here trying to push up for even more points. They get another one. up to themselves, up to 21 KA here. Ooh, we see Bias trying to get another one. And we need one more clam to score. And yes, Bla Bla able to get that last clam in. And they will take this set 2-0, Crystal.
Yeah, for sure. Their Bla Bla's team coordination and team play was astounding that game. They had their paint, they utilized their inkjets and their tenterbrellas to ensure that they could push safely, and as we see here, they all have high numbers such as 21 kills. That is really astounding.
Yeah, 21 KA is an amazing place to be there for Bla Bla players. But nonetheless, with Aboltus, you know, it was good to have you. You guys are not knocked out yet. They do have at least one more round, the benefits of double elimination. So, you know what, you had one tough one, but you know what, here in a little bit, you guys will have another round to go forward here. So, we're going to take a short break here before we go into our next match. Our next match is already ready, so we just got to hop in there, get everyone at it, and we will be right back with round 2 of Reef Rushdown 10. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. We are in round 2 of Reef Rushdown 10. We're going to have the Penguins of Greenland versus Barracuda here, Crystal. Now, that's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, indeed. I've never really seen Barracuda in-game before, but I've seen Penguin and Greenland win Reef Rushdown multiple times before. I'm sure this is going to be a really intense fight that we're going to witness here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one. You know, Penguins of Greenland come in all the time here for Reef Rushdown. We are glad to see them back today. And in just a little bit here, we're going to see how they're going to face up against Barracuda, a team that has been around to different IPL events, but nonetheless, they are not usually here for Reef Rushdown. So we're glad to see them as well. So we're going to be going on Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyard for our first one here, Crystal. Any key points on this map mode?
I personally noticed the position of the grading and the heights on this map is really vital, not just for your ranged backlines, but also for bomb spanning and sort of fall-off painting is really effective here.
Yeah, you are right. You got to keep control of those high grounds. You can usually do quite well on this one. And yeah, here we go. Both teams are going, and we have ourselves here a Barracuda bringing out a little bit of a unique comp, not to say crazy, you know, with the Bamboozler and the Tetras, something you see decently often, but you don't usually see them together. But then on the other side, though, we have ourselves a Squeezer, so that's going to be some fun seeing those bubbles come out.
Yeah, for sure. Bubbles on Rainmaker is always a really interesting sort of outcome that we can witness. On here we see the Bamboozler just protecting the Rainmaker and also popping their missiles safely so they can attack the other team. They've grabbed Rainmaker and they're going right side here.
Yeah, they are going to the right side. Going up this wall is key. If they can get up there, the Doolies get up there. That is a multiple down here. Penguins of Greenland are getting pushed back by Barracuda. They're continuing to push here. Revenge just going around here with the no paint. Smart move. You know, if you don't have to paint necessarily and you can't get someone to paint, it actually sometimes is faster just to quickly just run on the unpainted area. And they do get down to 33 remaining. A pretty good start here in the first minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, that Squeezer is really interesting here. However, they did manage to die to that Nautilus, who might actually pick up Rainmaker here and push it a little further. However, they were too late and it got reset all the way back to the middle zone. So we need to watch out and see how that will play out. There's 2 in their spawn still currently. However, they are starting to thoroughly push in and use those high ground to effective.
Yeah, we do use that high ground as key here. The bubbles are ready from this Squeeze. The Squeezer can push forward any moment and drop down a couple bubbles using bombs perfectly. You can get a pretty fast pop here with the Squeezer, and this arm is gonna be key, but the Squeezer does fall. So we're gonna switch to the next person, I believe here. Yep, and there it goes over to the Rainmaker. Loose Goose with the Rainmaker gonna try to push this top left. A little bit different than the way Barracuda went, but nonetheless can be successful if they can get some people up there. The big thing is the person that's in front of them goes down here, and Loose Goose is very much a Loose Goose alone, getting thrown bombs left and right, and finally getting rushed down.
Yeah, those bombs on the high ground there is really effective. The Tetras come out here and they get a pick or two. They're fighting a little 2 players here, a junior and both the junior and the Squeezer. They're trying to use the high ground and the wall as coverage.
Yeah, using the different areas is key. Getting control of your opponent's snipe, I think, is one of the most important parts of this map. And as long as you can control it, you'll have the high ground on a large section, and you control both kind of a little bit of mid, and you control your opponent's in Clambless, your basket area, and those allow you to push forward if you hold the opponents, and it allows you to hold control of mid, just hold a vast part of the map and allow you to decide which way you want to go and put your opponent in a position that they have to get in a very tight-knit area that you can use something like the Rainmaker or a Booyah Bomb and take them all down. And we see Loose Goose going forward on the slick, but not going to get past 54. Great defense here by Barracuda.
Yeah, their bombs and their junior painting here with their fall off paint. Are they going to pick up the Rainmaker, or are they going to let it reset here? The Squeezer tries to push up with bubbles, but they aren't that successful. The K-Shot tries to back them up, but they are a bit too late, and they both manage to fall down here. Unfortunately, there is 2 vs 3.
Oh no.
Now 2 vs 2. Oh, and they fell completely down on the map.
I knew as soon as they went for it, I heard, oh no, in the back of my head. Because I saw that it wasn't painted. They thought it was painted. You can see it's painted now. A little bit of a tricky move to try to get that Rainmaker into mid, not paying off. Nautilus trying to push up on the Rainmaker, going to go down by 2. Great Rainmaker shot here by Shades.
Yeah, the Shades carrying the Rainmaker here. They're trying to get the Pearson behind that wall. They're moving towards their left side again. They really do like their left pushes. Problem is, if you have no one up there, it is really hard to push up on your own. Here on the last 10 seconds of the game, we see Tetris Splashdown, and they grab the blue side guy's Rainmaker, and Barracuda takes the win of the first game.
Yeah, good showing by Barracuda. It looked like it was going to be quite a dominant performance by them, but Penguins of Greenland kind of take it back here as we get into it, but not enough to take the victory. Barracuda able to successfully hold off on this one. A pretty even match on the KA department, though.
Yeah, definitely. That was a really even match overall, to be honest. Rainmaker points aren't really that big of a difference. From 32 to 54, was it?
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily big. I mean, neither team really decided to break through too far into the opponent's goal. 33, not a bad push on this map. Obviously, more than enough to get the victory. But we're going to be going to a fun one at Camp Triggerfish Zones. How do you think about this one, Crystal?
Well, this one needs the most team coordination. You can't just have one on one side and one on the other. You need to both be coordinated, and you need to be calling out and helping each other. If that's via bombs, that's via range. You need to be separated. Considering this map is so split in half, it's really hard to just focus on one place.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. You got to focus on multiple places at once. You got to be coordinated a lot, and that's why it's such a great team map. You know, as much as some people have different difficulties with it, don't really like it. Funny enough, it was in testing grounds as one of the meme maps they had last night. But you know, the other modes it is definitely a meme. So you know, nonetheless, understandable. But they had it even in this mode, which is a little disappointing. Funny enough, I love the fact that we have ourselves a camp-only tournament here in the Oceania scene. It's a little bit fun. I love seeing that, and I think it's a fun concept, you know, just to mess around in this one. Funny enough for me, this is my best win rate map mode combo. So I love this map mode.
Really?
Yeah. I have over an 80% win rate on this one somehow, and here we go. We see already 2 and 2 on each side. Smartly here, though, both sides doing their best to just kind of control their own zone, use where they have the slight advantage. But it does look like Barracuda right now is able to at least take control of the opponent's side for at least a moment. But, and yes, Penguins of Greenland are going to drop here.
Yeah, 2 down for Penguins of Greenland. And the armor and the Tetris really did a good job there. They've taken 2 down, and they keep jumping from one place to the other. That's really effective, so you can reach both sides and really mobile as well. Especially with a splashdown special that is crazy devastating when you fall down with a splashdown.
Yeah, it's a great idea, honestly. You know, you don't see that very often on this one. A lot of times people just kind of go over manually, or they'll flank one side, like, oh, I'm coming to help, but they're going to flank around, you know, admittedly. You do that a lot, but you be careful here, Chu. If you do this too much, they'll be ready for it one of these times in a situation you're going to go down. And all members of their team went down except for them, but they are marked, so they know they exist. Oh, They didn't get him with that second one, though. They know that Doolies is there, but for now, the Heavy is going to have to focus on more important players, such as this Bamboozler, which is really gunning for him right now.
Yeah, definitely that Bamboozler, and the Junior also popping the armor. You see, they've collided them into a little corner here, which is a really effective place for Team Barracuda here. They're trying to try and save themselves out of it. It does seem to work so far. They've taken control of their own zone. They retaliate back with missiles, and is that armor I saw?
Yeah, armor good on both defense and offense. Of course, here come the bubbles. What an amazing bubble pop here by the Squeezer. That's what we talked about earlier. That Squeezer can absolutely dominate with that. Squeezer getting another one. Huge picks here by Ardrino here of Penguins of Greenland. Trying to take control of the opponent's side. Able to do successfully, but right now they don't have control of their own side. Revenge here going to come over with the Junior and try to neutralize the zone. But Penguins of Greenland starting to focus on their own side since they're getting rushed by 2 members of Barracuda.
Yeah, definitely. That cheesy ball squeeze right there was really nice. We are seeing a charger. It's a Bamboozler and K-Rapid fight where the Bamboozler does take the win and takes control of the zone with also missiles to back up. They are fighting now the Splatling. The Splatling has located both of them conveniently.
Yeah, of course, echolocation huge. A little bit easier on this map to deal without echolocation compared to some other ones that are kind of wide and around. You know, think of things like Piranha Pit, which have so many little areas you can kind of go around. Well, this one, it's pretty straightforward where the enemy is comparatively. But nonetheless, knowing the count does help a ton. We see Loose Goose able to take one down, trying to shoot across the way to do as much damage and or paint to the opponent's side that they can. But consistently, though, they're going to get outpainted by this. Well, never mind. Nautilus can't outpaint you if they are dead. And Loose Goose going for another one. Can they get the double on the Bamboozler? Yes! They are able to get another pick here, Crystal.
Yeah, that is really whopping skills right there. They get a double there. However, the Nautilus does get their revenge and kills them back, which is really unfortunate.
Of course.
However, they are not in control, so they still have more work to do to capture that zone. They have their inkjet ready to pop, and they may do so very soon.
Of course, we have Armor, Inkjet, and Splashdown ready on Barracuda's side. Phoenix here getting the Inkjet, getting one. The Splash able to get them down, though, before they do too much damage. Bomb Rush coming out here, going to be key and trying to capture the zone. There it is, a 2v4 situation. Of course, though, no opponent really on the other side of Barracuda's opponents here. Penguins of Greenland, all mostly on their side. Finally getting rushed down, though. Phoenix moving forward with the Nautilus, with the assistance of the Doolies, able to take down multiple members of the Penguins of Greenland on this side. Phoenix gonna try to take down more from across the way, knowing that their team is just holding on here. Luckily, they got themselves a capture with a 30-point penalty.
10 seconds left, and Penguins of Greenland is in the zone. We see an overtime zone here. We may see Penguins of Greenland take back a lead. However, the Nautilus gets 2 and secures their zone, leaving the K-Rapid alone. Can they? Unfortunately, Penguins of Greenland could not secure the zone on their own.
Yeah, they could not secure it. That triple by the Nautilus, it was huge. That completely ended any hopes of the Penguins of Greenland. Luckily for them, though, they are looking at a Game 3, as this is a best of 5. So nonetheless, we are guaranteed to see this next game. Tower Control Anchovy Games. A little bit of a fun one. There's definitely some key position of this one, Crystal. What do you think the key positions are on this one?
Yeah, for sure. Key positions on this map are the fan area and also the high ground area where we have the grates and the video game stash there. They are really important to this map. They have the high ground, they can bomb easily, safely. However, on tower control, we see the tower take place specifically in that area, and it takes a bit of energy to keep that zone tapped and push forward with the tower, especially since the major position and...
Yeah, you kind of going over a little bit of some of those key positions here. Of course, you're mentioning the wall there being huge. That's going to be the big one. We're seeing those ink jets. I think we had some big ink jets there by Phoenix, for example, really pushing the game in favor of Barracuda. If they're able to do that with the ink jets again, I think we're going to have themselves a huge amount of score potential for Barracuda. Barracuda, of course, going to be going into this one able, if they can win this one, able to take the set in a 3-0. Nonetheless, though, we have a DC, so this game will not count. We're going to go ahead and just kind of watch a quick KO by Barracuda. Again, this match will not count. Crystal, you see anything interesting, though, from the different weaponry? Because we will see the same weaponry in this one.
Yeah, take a look at that same weaponry here with the Nautilus and the Bamboozler and the Tetris and the Junior. I mean, if it's working, why change it?
Yeah, you see not very many changes. You are right. Knowing these team members, though, they don't really change much to begin with. So, not too surprising that they're going to keep something that's, especially since it's working. Look at the drip pick moment. That's pretty good angle there with the armor and everything. Looks pretty neat. Nonetheless, Carbon, though, that's going to be a unique one. They have a decent amount of paint to support it. The big thing is going to be take down that Junior. If they can take down the opponent's Junior, they're going to be able to really keep the paint from getting too much and allow the Carbon and the Nautilus, for that matter, to do a ton of damage on Penguins of Greenland. Nonetheless, of course, as we mentioned, this game will not count. So, yeah, we're going to go right back into waiting for Loose Goose to come back, and we'll see the run back. I almost said the salty run back, but no one's really salty. DCs just occur. Alrighty. I do think those inkjets are going to be the key to a victory once any team gets to the opponent's plat. Getting that inkjet up top, especially if they can get any of the longer range weapons. So something like the Bamboozler is going to sit up there. The Ballpoint's going to sit up there for most of the time. Anytime they're going to be on a defensive situation using their range. So if you can get the inkjet from the Nautilus, just kind of go whoop, boom, and just drop down on them. Shots from above. Can absolutely clear that area, and usually we'll be able to get that second checkpoint if timed right and successfully able to get those kills. And finally here, we're going to be going into this third game, run number 2 of it. We have ourselves some, we shouldn't see any changes here of weaponry. I don't see any, so I think we are good.
Yeah, exact same weaponry with suction here.
Yeah, and yeah, we kind of went over the weaponry a little bit here, but I think the key, again, inkjet, and we see inkjet on both teams for that reason. But NZAP gonna bring a lot of paint. Again, though, the big thing is they're gonna have to be able to outpaint this Junior and Bamboozler, who can put down a lot of paint themselves. If they can do that, though, it enables their Carbon and their Nautilus to do a ton. And they are able to take a trade at least out of that one. But the Junior's who stays alive. Well, I take that back.
Yeah, the Junior and the Nautilus both die there, unfortunately. And another taken by Ardino here. Gets another kill. Maybe gets this kill on the... Yeah, gets the kill on the Tetris with the Inkjet here. Like you said, Inkjet really pulling out its effectiveness and really showing its cruciality within this map mode.
We see nobody really... Oh, we have 2 members of Penguins of Greenland. I lied, on the top here. Top plat. The big thing is they don't really have control of the plat, so this tower push isn't going to probably go very far until they can get it. Well, they're able to get it with 2 members going down of Barracuda. Revenge trying to push forward. having to fall back themselves. We see the Doolies going to push forward, going down as well. It is a 3v3 situation, just coming from the side. No, going down to the Carbon. Carbon trying to get another one. Carbon does get another one. That is a complete wipe of Barracuda. The Doolies come in, down to 22 remaining for Penguins of Greenland. This is an absolute shredding right now. Penguins of Greenland staying alive in this one, looking like they've been the dominant teams in the first 2 games. Already down to 5 remaining. 3. Can they get the KO? Ardrino fighting for it. Not going to be able to get it, and it's just the ballpoint remaining in a 1v2 situation. But they could potentially get their teammates in. And with the first 2 minutes gone, Penguins of Greenland have dominated.
Yeah, definitely. The double splatling here has really shred through the Tetras. It's really been dominating, even though the paint from the Junior is still really high amount.
We see Chu here trying to be cheeky and get to that ballpoint. Just kind of stalling them, waiting for their teammates. Successfully able to do so. You know, that's kind of textbook what you want to do. If you cannot get the kills, just kind of pin them to their teammate and come in and get the cleanup. And now Penguins of Greenland have themselves a 2-player or a 1-player advantage, excuse me, here going into the 2:15 mark. Gonna maybe be able to try to beat their 3 remaining push.
Yeah, for sure. The 3 push was really intense. Really a good push. We do see a rather neutral game here right now. People are trying to push forward. Armor's being popped. Specials are being popped. Bombs are being thrown. However, we aren't really seeing much movement, and we're all still really packed in this center square zone here.
Yeah, you're right. We've revenge here of Barracuda finally going to start to get their push going to that first checkpoint. They're able to get one there with the bomb. Huge pick, of course. We see that inkjet ready from Phoenix. You know, I talked about how key that's going to be. We see the NZAP up there. They're probably going to inkjet here at any moment. Here it comes! 1 member being attacked. 2 members of Greenland's, or Penguin of Greenland. Look at that. How easy it was to get that second checkpoint with that inkjet there, putting pressure on 2 members of the defenders.
Yeah, that coordination of 3 specials at once really helped them to get pushed to 30 here. However, it may not be enough to completely take the lead from Penguins of Greenland. We are seeing the use of bombs being thrown up to the high ground to throw them off and push them down. However, they do not get the pick since their teammates are here assisting each other.
Yeah, you gotta, of course, work together for this one. 1 member down on the side of Barracuda. Shades getting a trade as a defender, taking a trade, not necessarily a upsetting thing here. The big thing is that Doolies is able to secure themselves a kill with no trade, but the teams do effectively trade out again. Oh, 2 members coming to Barracuda, and this is huge. They're going to have an opportunity with armor to try to score big here. Revenge just hanging on there. That suction bomb just over the ledge enough to get the kill. Loose Goose with the Carbon able to get one as well. Inkjet from Phoenix going to be absolutely swarmed, but luckily for Chu, they take advantage of that with that splashdown, able to get 2 themselves. 5 seconds remaining. The team down is going to bring it into no overtime. This game is over, Crystal.
Yes, it is over. Penguins of Greenland really showing that they can be capable of really intense power control, pushing objective styles. And we are seeing, and we are continuing this best of
Best of 5 here, so we have at least 1 more game, of course, going to Clam Blitz Piranha Pit for the next one, and then after that, if Penguins of Greenland are able to take 2 in a row here, we're going to be going to Rainmaker on the Reef. That's gonna, gotta...
Yeah.
Reef Rushdown has to go to the Reef, right? Alright, though, I want to maybe see some more of that Carbon. I think that was a really great choice here, Crystal, from the Penguins of Greenland, giving themselves something a little bit different, and I think they took advantage of it very well. They played a lot more patient around it, and they played about getting paint and like I said, waiting for that moment to strike. In the last few, I feel like they got a little bit antsy. They got themselves down early, and I think that put them in a position that they had to try to play aggressive. They didn't play into their actual strengths here. And I think those changes that they made, and on that one they got the lead early, it played into the way that Penguins of Greenland like to play, as we've seen in previous Reef Rushdowns. So, unsurprisingly here, the big key for Penguins of Greenland, get a lead early and play patiently, I think is what they're going to have to do.
Yeah, for sure. Here we see a really interesting map mode, Clam Blitz and Piranha Pit. What are your opinions on this map, Kraken Man?
It's a nice one. You know, it's very open. Lots of different up and down areas. So different team and different comps do work for this map mode. I think a lot of teams tend to like this one. Even if necessarily you don't like it on one particular mode or two, you know, Rainmaker's a little bit iffy, for example, on this one. So understandably, if you don't like it on, you know, a mode like that, but nonetheless, most modes, this map is pretty solid with just so much area to paint, so much fun to have with those up and down areas. For those long ranges can definitely dominate there. And then even on the defensive side, I mean, you have this upper areas by your spawn. You have a sniper sit up there, take a great defensive position. And then you can have your shorter range hop down and flank from different angles. But nonetheless, what matters most here is Penguins of Greenland are already scoring big in this one, down to 62 remaining. Not necessarily the best score in the world, but about equivalent to 2 power clams being scored. So not a terrible start here for Penguins of Greenland.
Yeah, definitely. Considering it's the first minute of the game, 62 is a pretty decent lead, especially since you have 4 minutes to go. However, we see Barracuda score once here. They do not follow up with any clans, leaving their score at 80. We see the combination of Booyah and Inkjet here. They're pushing them back into their little ramp area.
Yeah, they're pushing him back here. Jess, who was also played in Testing Grounds last night, so credit to Jess. And I think they made it into the top cut, so they were up pretty late. They didn't make it to Grand Finals, I don't believe, off the top of my head. But either way, they played pretty solid last night. Glad to see them up here for Reef Rushdown, like some other people around the staff here. We're all losing it up here. Barracuda, though, scoring big, down to 43 remaining. Just the one member there. Phoenix going to score big. I think they scored. Oh, they threw a bomb into the goal. That does not count for points, unfortunately, for them. Nonetheless, though, getting down to 31 remaining. Pretty solid push here. About 3 minutes remaining, though. Plenty of time to score back.
Yeah, definitely. That comeback of the 31 score was pretty good played by Barracuda. We're going to see potentially Penguins of Greenland popping their specials to push back forward here. Unfortunately, they have the armor and the Booyah isn't that effective. However, the bot lane does get a pick on the right side of the ramp here. We see the Nautilus with their Inkjet ready. They only have one clam, however, passing them to the rest of their teammates, trying to score a clam here, a power clam. However, Penguins of Greenland has their armor popped and they're defending exceptionally well with only the Bamboozler left, forced back into spawn, throwing the clamp for safety, and we're going to see Penguins of Greenland potentially push forward here.
Yeah, they're definitely going to push forward. The Bamboozer, of course, was the only one live there for a moment. Of course, also had the power climb, so basically was echolocated. Speaking of echolocator, we have point sensors being thrown by the Heavy Remix, who now is in the same situation the Bamboozler was just a minute ago. But the big thing is Barracuda is going to rush up on it, and they're going to be able to take down that Heavy. The Heavy, of course, not able to throw the ball back up top like the Bamboozler did. And scores going in down to under 20, or under 30 remaining, down to 25 remaining. Splashdown coming in, able to get one. They're going to try to score one little clam, but it does look like the push is going to end there for Barracuda, adding about, what, 10, 12 points to their score. Not a bad situation to be in. With a minute and a half remaining, every little point matters, especially once you get down into that 20, 30 remaining situation.
Yeah, especially in clams, every clam does really make a difference. They score 3 points each, which is really effective when you want to score big time. However, they did get 12 here, which isn't bad at all, especially when there's only about a minute left of the game and you are at 22 of a score.
Yeah, we do.
We see...
We see Penguins of Greenland getting pinned in here. They're going to go 3 down. Just the one member there. Also pinned in. They can go in for it. But Phoenix and crew here are going to push forward. They changed their mind. They said, we'll go get him. And they do manage to get that heavy, who does not jump back and tries to do some damage with the Booyah Bomb. Loose Goose has one pinned in, but gets taken out from behind. But it does mean 3 members of Barracuda do go down with these 2 power clams on the field here for Penguins of Greenland. Penguins of Greenland just needing to get to that basket. Armory is going to assist him at the junior there on defense. The Bamboo on defense. Everyone on defense here for Barracuda. And just trying to hang in there. They have enough clams to do quite a lot of damage. Not enough to take the lead, though.
Yeah, they do manage to score, but like you said, it's probably not enough to take the lead. Especially considering there's overtime, and once this zone closes, that will secure the game, I believe. Yeah, that is the end of the game, and that is Barracuda taking the victory of not just the game, but the entire set here.
Yeah, great job. Great job here by Barracuda. It was a fun one to watch, though. That was definitely a lot closer set than it was looking like it was going to be there for a moment. It did look like it was going to be a Barracuda kind of destroying that one, and Penguins of Greenland absolutely turning the tables there in that tower control anchovy game. And that clamless one was probably the closest one out of all 4 matches, though. Both teams kind of going back and forth at different points in there. And Penguins of Greenland gave themselves an opportunity to potentially get the W, but in the end, not able to do so.
Yeah, that was indeed a really intense gameplay by both sides. Really close on almost all the games. However, specifically, yeah, I agree with you. The Clans game was really close and really compacted together. I think that one was really intense.
Yeah, it was a really good one here. We actually have our next match ready. We might be able to hop in here just a little bit longer. We're going to be showcasing ourselves Birb versus Faze Clam. So we're gonna have a fun one. We're already hopping in there. Maybe we will be able to just go with no break. I think we're gonna go with no break. We're gonna keep going. Yeah, we're going to keep going in this one. Both teams are ready. And we have ourselves, like I said, Faze Clam versus Birb. Both pickups. And we see a lot of names that we're very used to, like Shockwave and Hazard here, Crystal.
Yeah, I agree. Shockwave and Hazard here, really exceptional players. Really high-level Oceanic players that we've seen in Reef Rushdown games before, specifically winning them. I think this is going to be a really intense gameplay, seeing that they're on opposite teams here. It might actually throw a really interesting time.
Yeah, we're going to be... You're right. It's going to be interesting time, especially because they're usually in the same team, Hazard and Shockwave. Usually they are both on a team called Krakens, which is kind of a pickup group, if sorts. Loose team. You know, I don't know necessarily the full situation, but they do have a lot of lineup changes and such. It's kind of a team light. It kind of blurs the line of team and pickup to an extent. And obviously here they didn't play together tonight, so yeah, it's gonna be a fun one to watch. See who's the better Australian player. I think they're both Australian this time. I can't remember if Hazard. I'm thinking no, that's a different player. Never mind. I think they're both Australian here.
Yeah, I believe they are both Australian here. Both teams look like they're both in the same pickup group, like you said, Oceanic Krakens, I believe you said it was called?
Yeah, it's called Krakens. They're usually in... They also play in, like, TGs and SOSs a lot, too, so good to see them a lot, or in a lot of different sets. It's very fun to see.
Yeah, it's nice to see them in a lot of IPL different tournaments styles. I think this will be really interesting, considering, like we said, this is kind of a split team, and it's going to be really interesting to see how one is going to verse the other, considering they both are able to coordinate with each other so well, and they know a lot about each other. So we might see some interesting gameplay and movements here.
Yeah, I agree with that. Here we go. We have ourselves the two different teams going at it. Of course, Shockwave going to be on that Nautilus. What a crazy surprise here.
Yeah, for sure. A shocker surprise from Shockwave here with the Nautilus.
For those that don't know, Shockwave almost exclusively plays Nautilus. Only a couple different changes here and there, and it's very situational. And not going to have to bring out the situational. When you're going on a map like this, the classic Ink Blot Art Academy zones, nothing too crazy for either team to see in a tournament. You know, our map list is pretty common. Couple here and there things are a little bit different, but nonetheless, we're going to see a situation where Birb is getting absolutely shredded through this one. So far, already down to nearing 60 remaining. And Birb not having an opportunity to even stop this right now.
Yeah, the positioning of the Nautilus on the top sort of tower thingy there, that's really exceptional, as they can reach the other side. The Gold Dynamo is trying to fling them off, and they do get an assist there, which is really helpful, and they are taking that position on the top here. Let's see how well they are able to secure it. Yeah. They are flinging into the other side of the enemy base here, which is, like we said, really spawn sort of tapping thing, like maybe tapped out of the zone area here.
Yeah, we do see Isabel here able to take some moves. Finally, of course, Birb getting some multiple picks. Isabel going for it, getting another kill. Gonna have a 2v2 situation. Shockwave and Willie gonna try to go forward if possible. Hazard taking control of the right side here. And on the other side, we see different members trying to hold it too. They have a numbers advantage. They're gonna have to push right now. Faze Clam going forward. They're gonna get the neutral. Can they get the cap? And Willie goes down. 3v3 situation in mid. Shockwave just holding one side, the boo bomb going back to push another one there, and it will be a cap for Faze Clam. They're going to hang in here for a little bit longer here, Crystal.
Yeah, for sure. The game is going to extend here a little longer. We see the Dynamo is ganged up by the Gal with the splash wall, which is really hard to defeat. They do, however, take a smart decision and jump out safely. The Gal is going back to their spawn, dodging their missiles, and they're probably trying to charge their Booyah. However, they do manage to die since Birb taps them out of their spawn and locks them into the wall right there, which is a really hard position to paint up as with a splash wall bomb.
Yeah, it's a tough position it's very tough to hold forward on this map and get up in those upper positions. And Birb so far has been able to successfully do so after having a rough start. But if they're going to go in a situation where they have two members down, 2 to 3, they're going to probably lose the zone. Zach goes down to the Dynamo Roller. Dynamo Roller going for another one. And with 2 down, this is probably going to be a really tough position for Faze Clam. I keep wanting to say Faze Clan. And Birb is going to go up 1-0 on Faze Clam. Quite a turnaround in the middle of that match. It went from Faze Clam absolutely dominating to Birb getting control. And those weaponry such as the Tetras and the Dynamo, once they get control, they can do tons of damage, Crystal.
Yeah, for sure. Like we predicted earlier, that spot on the top there is really devastating and it's really intimidating. You do not want to be locked out of that position, because that position is really valuable. Bomb spamming, painting, it's all coming from that top point stem there. You can even jump to one side from the other, from that height point view, from one spawn area.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. I'm excited to see Humpback, though. Humpback on clams. It's one you see here and there. It's kind of that borderline. Some tournaments play it if they have a larger map pool. They have a smaller map pool. Sometimes it's not played. It's on that border usually if it gets cut or not. This one is a fun one, just like Piranha Pit that we saw in the last one. Lots of area to move around. The big difference between this and Piranha Pit is it's basically consistent up and down. It makes it quite difficult for a lot of shooters and such on this map. But we will see some buckets, I would guess, Crystal.
Yeah, definitely. This map is really interesting and really diverse in comp weapons. Like you mentioned, I do think we will see a bucket here and there, maybe. I would like to say that the upper area here is also really valuable, especially on clams. Usually people push up with bubbles or maybe a buller to sort of protect themselves from the upper, over bird's eye view sort of base. I find that it's really interesting, especially in a clams map mode. We can really see the difference between the defense and the aggression here.
Yeah. I also just love the design of this map. You know, I love the floor that you can see, like the directionals and such like that of the when you open. But either way, we do see those sloshers coming out. We see a soda slosher, not surprising, and armor coming out early, and one member of Birb going down already. We may see the same start we saw last time with Faze Clam, maybe able to get a early lead with getting 2 people down so quickly.
Yeah, for sure, that 2 people was really effective there. However, the Lenzap here does take a kill and doesn't make a power clam for the safety of sneakness and...
yeah, they just weren't in a position to push forward, so holding those 9 clams and trying to stay alive is honestly more important. Those 9 clams can be saved without having to have those echolocator effect of holding a main or an actual power clam. We do see a power clam formed in the background and immediately thrown down because they know what it can do. They knew exactly, hey, that's not the play we want to have. We don't want to have somebody marked when we're in a position that we already have to defend. Armor coming out, though, from Faze Clam. And we see multiple members pushing up, forcing jump outs, forcing people to fall back. Great push here by Faze Clam. Unable to get the score quite yet, but they do get 2 people down, and like I said, the jump out is key.
Yeah, for sure, that jump out was really life-saving. Now we're seeing some jump ins from the side of Faze Clam. The Nautilus is in a fight with this Squeezer here, and they do take a trade with the NZAP and the Slosher forced to be in retreat against a 2 vs 3 situation here, waiting for their teammates to push back in, just panning back their spawn area, bombing and keeping their specials intact. They've popped their specials now. They're trying to push forward a little bit here, but the Dynamos and the Splashdown's aggression here is really defensive and really hard to push forward against.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're going to finally have a possibility to score, though I think the one with all the clams went down. Yes, we see no score here by Birb. They had the opportunity, not going to be successful in doing so, though. 2 members of Birb going down. Make that a 3rd one with the inkjet from Shockwave. Shockwave here going to try to keep people off their jump, and they get another pick on Isabel. Shockwave getting a triple. Going to finally go down to Hazard, their teammate of sorts over at Kraken's, knowing, hey, we'll just get behind them and they will die this time. But it took all 4 members of Birb to kill them, and that's not something you want to dedicate that many resources. You're taking down 1 inkjet, and hugely, though, Hazard finally going down as well. Multiple numbers advantages here for Faze Clam, finally able to get another situation to score in it with under 2 minutes remaining. We have our first score of the game, Crystal.
Yeah, for sure, the first score of the game by Faze Clam was really impressive. The triple kill you clearly outlined there was really, really good by Shockwave here, allowing for just an 80 push. However, not bad considering we only have 1 minute and 30 left of the game, and most of this game has been rather neutral. A back and forth sway here. However, Birb does manage to get their revenge and scores one power claim, and however, they do not get the lead unless they pop in others, which, as we see with the flank, they might... Oh no, they do not prevail here, and the ball closes with only a minute gap left.
Yeah, they went for it, and unfortunately, one came out of spawn. Willie actually would have... didn't catch it right away. It took him a minute to see that flank. And I think if Willie was the only one there, they at least score 1 or 2 before Willie can get him. But fortunately, the NZAP, I believe, was coming out of spawn. And that might have saved the game here if Birb can be defended against scoring here. But Faze... Oh, nope, that won't be happening. The Dynamo sneaks in. The big thing is there's not going to be too much follow-up, as the couple members that had clams did go down and are forced back. So Birb takes the lead with 15 seconds remaining, but also goes 3 down in response. So maybe, potentially, this could be a big counter for Faze Clam if they can kind of hold forward here before the defense gets too strong. And maybe that's already happened here. That's cool.
Yeah, definitely. That Dynamo's sneaky flank was really, really impressive. One power climb really changed the difference. However, we might see an overturn here. However, 3 it's really unlikely we'll see an... Oh!
Shockwave! Shockwave! Able to get it! I'm so sorry, I kind of cut you off there, Crystal. That was an amazing play.
Yeah, very amazing. Very amazing and game-saving play by the Splatling and Shockwave there. Really impressive team play by all players. We really noticed Shockwave's ability with the Inkjet and the Nautilus there coming through with multiple triples, and that was really effective.
Well, yeah, getting the Inkjet, able to get one off that at the last shot there. I think it was Isabel on the Tetras, and then dropping down, able to get the shooter. I believe that was Hazard on the shot. You know, Hazard already shown that they can do quite a lot of damage with the shot. And then Shockwave able to quickly move forward and get the score in before the defender that was there gets him down. So we are going to be going into effectively a best of 3 here. We're going to see, of course, Tower Control Mantaria next. And then we are going to see Rainmaker Macomart, which I know some people in chat like Raichu are going to freak out about, because we had to see that way too many times in the Rainmaker tournament from Nintendo, because we were both NA people. And we saw that almost every round.
Interesting. Here we have Tower Control Mantaria. Like you said, what are your thoughts on this map?
The big key here is hold your opponent's bunker. That allows you to have a nice upper area, and then you can kind of shoot down on your opponent, especially towards that second checkpoint, and it forces your opponent on defense to come from basically two different little areas. And if you can easily defend them both from the upper area. We have Nautilus, of course, from Faze Clam for sure. But there's a couple other longer range weapons that Birb has that could do the same thing. Just shoot down, hold control of that second checkpoint. Once you're able to get past that second checkpoint, you're usually able to get a ton of points. So that's why I name that the biggest key position on this map is your opponent's bunker, because it allows you to get that second checkpoint.
Yeah, definitely. I do find, personally, this map to be really annoying and really snowbally, especially considering the fact that you said, considering the Inkjet and the I forgot what it's called. The bunker, did you say it was called?
Yes.
The bunker really is an effective position here on this map mode. Specifically on tower control, like you said, the second checkpoint is really valuable, and once you pass it, you will likely get a ton of points.
Well, this is one of those weird times that Shockwave is going to go off the Nautilus, and they're going to go with the Hydra. I don't think I've ever seen them on Hydra, honestly, in all my time. I've seen them play some different things. I don't remember recalling Hydra, but that just could be my memory failing me. Nonetheless, though, they're going to get 2 people while the rest of their team does go down, though. Hazard and crew here over on Team Birb are going to push forward here about a minute, minute gone in this game, not a minute left in this game. Holy crap. We are Birb already getting past the first checkpoint, though, Crystal.
Yeah, definitely. Birb really affecting that bunker area. Like you said, the dynamo just sitting up there. And was that a wipe? Yeah, that was a wipe by Birb here. They are pushing forward. One is on their little mast area on their grate, following down and just throwing bombs. They have a splashdown ready in case of an emergency, which they do use now when they drop. We see them, like we said, get a ton of points all the way up to 21 as soon as they pass that second checkpoint. Really effective gameplay by Birb here. And are they going to get the KO here?
Wow.
They get the KO right at the end of the 1 point.
Okay, well that was quick. You did talk about how it can be snowballing, and that's why honestly I prefer, or my least liked mode is tower control. It's very snowbally. It's very unfortunate that it is so snowbally because you know what? It's kind of fun. The idea of tower control is quite fun, but a lot of teams start to panic once that tower starts moving and don't sacrifice. Just like, all right, we're gonna sacrifice 10 points or something like that while it gets towards that second checkpoint to set up a defense. I think a lot of teams just try to bring the defense to where the tower is and not where the tower is going. I think that's the biggest mistake a lot of teams do, and especially when we have pickups like this, it makes it even more difficult to do that. And we just kind of seen Faze Clam just get shredded one by one by different members of Birb. And we're going to be going into that cursed map mode Rainmaker Macro Mart here, Crystal. This one's a little bit different compared to the rest of Macro Mart. What do you think about it?
Yeah, definitely. I find the positioning on this macro mart is really different. You spawn on the left side here rather than the normal back right, pardon me. You spawn normally on the back right on other stages and map modes. However, on this specific Rainmaker macro mart, you spawn on the left side diagonal with a ray, an ink ray, forming right towards the center of the Rainmaker, which is a really interesting idea to use and utilize, considering you can plop off it and also gain the high ground here and bomb your way through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. You can use those bombs very effectively. I think the big key is going to be holding that elbow, though. A lot of teams push through that one direction. I also want to see a lot of flanking around the other side. I think that's underutilized at times. Flanking around to kind of surprise the enemy team. If done right, you can usually get a wipe on a hard defensive situation. The tough thing is that forces your team to be in a 3v4 situation around that elbow. And if they can't successfully hold in the 3v4, your flank means nothing.
Yeah, definitely. Flanks are really risky for teams overall. And especially, like you said, in a pickup environment, it is a little bit harder to pull off. However, we did see that dynamo earlier with the sneaky clam flank. Maybe we might see that again by the Birb here. They have a booyah ready and they're going to plop it on the box, not killing anyone. They're able to safely retreat from the booyah bomb. They're using inkjets and splash walls to hold off the defense, but like you said, the elbow area is really effective and you must control it.
And right now, so far, Faze Clam has successfully held it. Oh, the 52 tries to push forward a little too early in the explosion on the shield. Gets them killed. 2 members of Faze Clam goes down. We see the Rainmaker trying to get something. Jukes! Shockwave, who we saw made an amazing play earlier. Not an amazing play this time, unfortunately for them. Big points, down to 45 remaining for Birb. And we see the 52 gal able to hold it for now, but the Dynamo and Shot are going to try to pop it, but unsuccessfully going to do so. At least Faze Clam here are going to hold it to 45. Not necessarily the best place to be in, but compared to what it could be and what it might have been if this 52 didn't get that kill, you'll take that.
Yeah, definitely. Rainmaker is a really dangerous, especially one pick could literally change the whole game. That is how sort of difficult this map mode is. Especially in Rainmaker, you must be vigilant and you have to hope sometimes. You can't always get everything.
Another almost 10 points there on the board for Birb. Willie able to get him with the bombers. Oh, look at the sneak! Just Shockwave remaining. Shockwave able to get the defense. Shockwave going to try to hang on here in a 2v1 situation. Gonna go for it. No additional points there for Birb. Good defense there by Shockwave. Rest of their team coming in, able to get 2, going for the third one. Getting the assist on it, the Sploosh, the only person remaining. And smartly, that Rainmaker is going back to mid. But ton of this game left. Almost 3 full minutes remaining in this one, Crystal. But it feels like it's been 5 minutes of domination by Birb, though.
Yeah, definitely. This map has been really dominating by Birb here. They have been that Tetris at the start, and the Dynamo is really controlling the mid-zone area. The Slosher is a bit unable to push forward against the Dynamo. It is a really hard thing to push. However, they do have their specials ready, and they are going through this box area again. Hopefully, they are able to do something as equivalent as Birb did, and maybe take the lead. However, they do fall here. They are going to get a quick pop and maybe push forward.
Ooh, they have the opportunity. One member going down. The Dynamo being there with armor ready. Armor Inkjet coming out. They're going to have to push forward now. The Inkjet does get the kill. And it's just the Squeezer remaining. Hazard is going to at least stop them for now. But smartly, though, the Foil Squeezer is going to get their teammate in, which allows them at least hold in some of that map. And honestly, that's more key at this point with the 2 minutes remaining. If you can hold map control, that puts you in a better position than necessarily just getting the lead.
Yeah, definitely. Especially from the side of Birb, the map control has been really effective by them this game, and they have been utilizing their painting capabilities here to push forward and not just hold the lead, but also keep map control and paint area zones, which, like you said, is really important on this zone.
We see the Rainmaker.
They're going to use.
Yeah, we see the Rainmaker just trying to stay alive, which is kind of important. They put it in an awkward position. There is just a minute remaining, so, I mean, they ate up, what, another 20, 30 seconds just fiddling around with the Rainmaker, and then putting in an awkward position means that Faze Clam will have to hesitate a little bit. You know, that eats up another, 5 or so seconds to get it in a decent position, and allows Birb to get a good defensive situation, though they do go 2 down.
Yeah, definitely. 40 seconds left of this game, and they seem to be just using the Rainmaker countdown and the safety of this position here. They're going to use Inkjet and Armor here to try and push forward through Faze Clam's aggression. However, 30 seconds left, and they do need to take the lead. They are still not in lead here, and it is a dangerous position to be.
Yeah.
Birb might just take the Rainmaker and completely go back to spawn safely.
They're going for it. We see it. We see that Rainmaker kind of. It's gonna be not necessarily. Oh, the Slosh can go for it.
Kill.
No, Isabel able to push them back in just enough here, and that is a victory for Birb in a 3-2-1 set. Man, that was a fun one to watch, though, Crystal. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, definitely. Especially at the end there, they're really trying to bring up an intense last-minute sort of comeback here. If they got the kill, they could have probably easily taken the lead there. However, they did not get the kill with a... Unfortunately, they were able to move down safely with the Slosher unable to confirm the kill there. However, that whole game was really intense and really interesting to watch. This whole set actually has been really great by both sides, Birb and Faze Clam. However, that last match in particular, I agree with you there, was really interesting and entertaining to watch.
Yeah, it was super fun. Of course, we love watching it. I think my favorite one there was that Humpback Pump Track. It was such a great ending. But nonetheless, we're going to take a short break here while the other half of our bracket finishes up. We're going to go into Winners Round 4, also sometimes called Winners Finals. Winner of that round will be guaranteed a spot in Grand Finals. We are looking, of course, Birb, who you just saw, and it's going to be the winner of Barracuda versus... sometimes called UK Mafia. We have there are a bunch of numbers tonight because they want to mess with us, of course, over on the production side.
Yeah,
but winner of that side will be facing Birb, and we will be right back with that set. Stay tuned. Hello everyone! Welcome back to Reef Rushdown 10. I'm still here at Kraken Mare, still joined by Crystal. You still alive over there, Crystal?
Yes, I'm still here.
Alright, we have our next set. We have 77773333673333374442227777 versus Birb. I am not saying that the rest of the time. They are going to be 77 the rest of the time because I love saying the number 77 because it's my favorite number. So you guys are now 77 because that is a lot of numbers to say. And I'm not saying that every time. Anyway, they're facing up against Birb. Birb, a team we saw able to do a lot here. So this is our number 1 and number 2 seed. So great shout out to Vincent who did seeding tonight. They absolutely nailed the top 2 for sure. The rest of them were pretty solid, I believe. Out of our top 5, 1, 2, 3 moved on, and the only upset was the 4th seed over the 5 seed. So honestly, our seeding was really spot on there. I have to give a shout out to Vincent for that. Nonetheless, we are going to Piranha Pit Splat Zones for the first one here, Crystal. Anything important on this map that you want to highlight?
Well, we have seen Piranha Pit in IPL Reef Rushdown just earlier today, actually. However, I believe it was Clam Blitz we saw earlier, I think.
It was.
And now we're seeing Splat Zones where the ramp is actually more important here. Not just the side areas, but the ramps are really crucial here. You need to cap the zone, and things like Baller and falling down like Splashdown from the ramp is really effective off the ramps falling down.
Oh yeah, and very important here. Here we go. We're gonna be going into this one in 10 seconds here. Time to watch all these numbers fight a Birb. Which is stronger, math or life? Life. You already called it. Now you're calling it for Birb. All right. Well, that's you heard it here, folks. First, gotta vote Team Birb here for the victory. Anyways, we do see, of course, Isabel gonna bring out the Tetras as always. I think really not too much changes from what we saw Birb before, and we are gonna see the numbers team here. They're gonna bring out some different things. Of course, we're gonna see that Nouveau brush, and of course the bomb rush from the Splash-O-Matic. So a lot of paint on that team, but right now they have no paint control. All the paint is in favor of Birb.
Yeah, Birb with the Dynamo in the midpoint here. They're using their inescapable sort of ink flood, and they're just flinging it one by one towards the number team, 77 here. Like you said, the painting outcome of Birb here is really, really effective. They have their ramps covered, they've got the zone covered, they've got the mid area covered. They're using their missiles to get individuals out of the zone. They're splashdowning, like we said before, with the fall off splashdown right there.
Yeah, 77 here, gonna be pushing up quite well. The junior able to get another pick, and the big thing here is that 77 is going to be able to take the map control, and that's the bigger thing here. Once that team can get map control, it's gonna be really tough to take down. Though, as I say that, they literally go 3 down. So you know what do I know as a commentator? I'm clearly cursed. No cap though from Birb. Birb not getting that cap right away. Isabel going to this useless area to go ahead and build their splash on. You know, it's called useless. In terms of getting specials, it is definitely not useless. A lot of paintable area there. And the missile's getting another one. So currently Team Birb is taking down people left and right. Isabel here going to fight for it. Hazard creeping below the junior, trying to get another pick. SpaceX though, trying to launch some people out of this world and back to their spawn, but not going to be finally able to do so, Crystal.
Yeah, definitely. The CDS does manage to get the pick on that squeezer there, and attacking the is that a K-Shot, I believe I can see that right. Yeah, it's K-Shot. They get a trade with the K-Shot hazard there, leaving a 3 vs 3 while the Junior still suffers to get out of spawn, leaving the green area still vastly painted. They do get its splashdown cancelled by the Splashomatic here. Really interesting play. They have their special ready and they may pop so with the armor combination. They actually instead getting control of the ramp here and popping it from there, a much safer position to do so.
Oh, there we go. Isabel going with the splashdown, able to cap the zone. Not going to get any picks, but is going to pressure that Junior back. The Junior going to go down to Isabel as well, and Birb is pushing forward, hanging in there though. Going to get multiple members down again of our UK Mafia tier. Effectively, and Isabel getting the fall off, getting the brush again. So tough situation here for our numbers team, trying to find anything they can to win.
Yeah, of course. The Birb team has their paint under control again. They popped armor. The number team 77 here is pushing forward, but the Junior is struggling with the Dynamo and the Splashdown, just pressuring them into a ramp area. Unfortunately, not able to stay safe. How they do manage to cap zone and extend the game. The Dynamo, however, do manage to fall towards the Dynamo, who finally gets the pick on that Junior and may also get another one on this CDS. However, the CDS does take the kill and dies.
Yeah, this game will not be a KO pending that, like, Birb caps right now and holds on the entire time, because, but for the most part, it's most likely not going to be a KO at this point, and, so the big thing is just trying to cap here. If you are our numbers team, they are in a situation where if they don't cap here, they're going to be in a... With the two zones, it is very difficult to hold for an extended period of time, and every little moment that you are ticking down to already just 10 seconds remaining, and they have a numbers disadvantage here. Isabel having a 20 KA, gonna try to extend that, able to get one more on the board before the time expires here, make that 2, and this game is going to be going to Birb. There it goes. What a solid start there by Birb, able to get a pretty quick and easy W.
Yes. 22 kills by the Tetras there, really impressive from Isabel.
Yeah, I mean that's huge. That's a huge number to have. And
those splashdowns from the ramp are really effective, especially with Tetris, since you can roll 4 times afterwards. You pop the splashdown, so you can still be very mobile, even though you have popped slower mobile special. Here we have Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyard, and we have done this map mode combination just earlier today. What do you think of this one again, Kraken Man?
yeah, I was trying to think if we had a Rainmaker. Yes, we did. Remember, what team was it? It was Barracuda.
Penguins of Greenland.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that was the Barracuda set. You're right, and Barracuda used that one very well. It was pretty fun to watch, though. You know, they try to go across the way to beat their opponents, you know, faking to the right and then going left. It's a pretty good tactic. The big thing is you can get dropped off from the top at any time, but even then, even if you just go pure right or pure left, the people are going to be up there defending nonetheless. So, you know, it shakes it up a little bit, but you got to get there first. And the big thing, again, is controlling your opponent's snipe. If you're able to do that, you're able to control the entire game. And we are going to see this one starting off for here now on this map, Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyard. Let's see, we're going to see Spore bring out that Octobrush. Always fun to see.
Yeah, definitely. Octobrush is a really interesting weapon combination to be bringing onto this map mode. Especially a hammer variant. I find it is very interesting considering all the blocks and the little thingamabobs all over this stage. However, the green team does seem to get the pop and immediately grab the Rainmaker. They are going straight to the left side as soon as everyone is down here near the spongy area. They all try to transition to the right side here.
What is start here by Birb? They're already 2:30 approximately remaining. That's a huge push. Spore and crew here able to push everyone back. But they're going to get some jump-ins. They're going to get some ink jets attacking them. Able to get two, though. There's the opportunity for their team to push forward. No triple for Spore quite yet, but nonetheless, a good position to allow them to take control of mid.
Yeah, definitely that Brush's play was really impressive there. We see the Birb team popping armor here. Hey, they do push in rather recklessly, and they do manage to die the Tetras there. However, they are respawned back due to that quick respawn that they have on their jackets there. We see the hammer utilization here. Really interesting, coming down from the side area, immediately dropping down towards the spongy sort of flat area. We see them push the same way that Birb did previously and immediately take the lead actually from 27 to 31. A close gap between. They push it even further, all the way to 11.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to push it here. Just a shot remaining. Yes, that Dynamo will grab it. They're going to go ahead and run it back into mid. It's a good tool right now to go ahead and just paint like crazy with. Because right now this map is mostly purple, of course, in favor of 77 here. And this fortunes are going to change though for Birb as they go 3 down. Probably going to be a complete wipe. But Hazard actually gets a double, and just the Rainmaker remains for our numbers team. And we do see that Hazard was banking on the fact that their team could handle one person, and they could start to push up and take control of this left side. Not necessarily a bad choice when you have things like VC. Not something you maybe want to do in solo queue, but when you're already down, even if the other team can manage to get a point or two, it probably isn't going to make or break your game. Doing something like this puts you in a position like that they had the path already and the infrastructure to move forward, but they aren't going to take advantage of it here. Crystal.
Yeah, definitely. The solo and queue and the team gameplay really makes a difference here. You need your communication, you need your coordination here. Specifically on this map, on a Rainmaker map mode, it's really crucial to have your coordination. We see both teams continually pushing on the left side here with the height and the rotator. We see bomb spams being utilized a lot, and armor and other specials being hold captive until other teammates are alive for a better coordination push, which is a really interesting strategy, I must say.
Hazard again going to try this top left area, bringing out the Inkjet armor, comes out in response. Hazard just trying to get something here out of this Inkjet, nothing though, and these bombs are probably going to no, just surviving. Hazard lives to fight a little bit longer. Oh, we do see the Dynamo flanking though.
Yeah, definitely. A lethal bomb's being thrown right there. A close or sort of lead here from 24, not exactly taking the objective win here. However, they do push it a little bit further, and the Dynamo does manage to get another kill, and they do push it another 2 points further. However, they probably will not be able to push it any further since there's only Spoosh alive and they are nowhere near right now.
I think the better choice for Isabel there would have just been stay alive, maybe get a kill or two. So that way their team could jump in. Ooh, good smart drop there by whoever is carrying the Rainmaker. Sometimes you just gotta take the suicide. As weird as it sounds, you respawn a little bit quicker. Unfortunately, it wasn't in a position where the Rainmaker would reset in your favor. But at least there, if you're gonna die anyways, take it where it eats up a little more clock and puts the opponent in a position that they're going to have to face you quicker as you respawn.
Yeah, definitely that delay was very effective by the team there. However, there is only an overtime, and if they die, the match is over. And unfortunately, they do manage to die, and that does give the team, our number team, 77 here, the lead and the win of this game. That was a really intense gameplay overall. We saw both teams continually push on the left side where the rotator is. We see that as a really interesting place to go, especially since bombs and other lethal objects such as armor are really a dangerous obstacle in your push through there.
Yeah, and we are in a 1-1 set here, going into tower control of the Reef. You know, obviously, we love the Reef here at Reef Rushdown. Not necessarily where we're getting the name from. Of course, we are referencing a lot of the different reefs in the Oceania area. You know, things like the Great Barrier Reef. Gotta
Of course.
Gotta give love to the Oceania region here at Reef Rushdown, and like I said, the Reef just also happened to be named, you know, with the same idea in mind, paying homage to the different coral reefs around the world.
Yeah, definitely a really interesting map and name combo here by both the Reef and Reef Rushdown, simultaneous names. That is really interesting a fact, I must say.
But nonetheless,
it's can go.
Yeah, nonetheless, it's an interesting map here. Very popular. It got a lot of up and down areas. A big key is controlling bridge. You kind of control the momentum of the game if you control bridge. Brings you lots of different directions. Even if your opponent is pushing forward to kind of flank around and attack them, they're usually going to get encircled and taken down. So big key, whether on offense or defense, control that bridge, and you'll be in a pretty good position to stop the push or continue your push, depending on which you're on, offense or defense.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't agree more. That bridge position there is really powerful position. Like we have emphasized simultaneously before, that the height on almost every map mode is really crucial, specifically on Tower Control Reef. You can see almost the whole map here. You can throw bombs, you have the height, you have your weapons ranges being increased. It is a really important place to control, and you really want to have that position under your favor for the majority of the game.
And we do see a pretty similar set of weaponry. We have, of course, the Trinosauruses and the machine there coming from our numbers team, and of course the brush still coming from Sword. They play only brushes, I believe, just different kinds of brushes for different situations, like we saw Octobrush last game.
Yeah, definitely. That double slusher does seem really interesting from the bridge down idea, the fall off idea. I think that is a really cool concept to be using on a Reef map mode. We see, yeah, as I agree with you, that brush there, it's just bringing out different variations of the brush. The baller from the drop point, that is really effective, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, you can definitely drop off the ledges there on your opponents, just kind of like how the opponents just dropped on them, and take them out. You could, unfortunately, it's better in the higher ground to lower ground than from going from lower ground to higher ground. Yeah. Good for also just kind of surviving if you're in a bad situation. If you get pinned maybe up by the car or whatnot, you can use it to stay alive. But right now, they're absolutely shredding. They are in a 3-2 numbers advantage and pushing through that second checkpoint, getting another member down. Isabel goes down. So Team Birb, though, after winning the first game, getting beaten last game, and right now, through the first minute and a half, getting completely dominated in this one.
Yeah, definitely. Ironically, that numbers team with the advantage of numbers is really pulling off here. They're killing their dynamos, their slushes are really coming in handy, and they do manage to get a complete wipeout of the enemy team here. This may be a result in a knockout here. We may witness a complete KO here, and the Team Birb are not able to position this stop. However, they do manage to completely stop the push by getting a vice versa wipeout and killing them in revenge.
And here
we see that brush sneakily come through the right side there, through the rampy area. They do manage to die to that T-Tech though, with the Slosher trying to back them up from high ground, sloshing onto low ground idea. We see them go through the left and they pop armor. They do manage to get 2 kills on the side of Birb, which is not looking so great for Team Birb here.
Yeah, they do have to get pushed back, and 2 members go down. And of course, I think one was already respawning, so that is, effectively 3 down. We see the Dynamo in the shot there trying to defend the bridge. Of course, that being a hugely important area. And they do manage to take a trade, but that's not good enough when it's a 2v3 situation. It's going to force these dualies to face themselves or face off alone with no support. And they do stay alive, though, and for a longer than you would expect anyways. Finally going down in the background.
Yeah, definitely. That abundance of bridge control there by team, the 77 team numbers, is really effective. And the Dynamo completely wipes out the ball special. However, they just regroup with armor, and it is quite as effective as its original ball counterpart.
Isabel trying to make something out of nothing here. Fighting for it, not getting anything this time. Losing in a 2v1 fashion, understandably. We do see, of course, our numbers team continuing to pressure near their lead here, trying to maybe go for that KO with a minute remaining. You don't want to leave your team or your opponent zero opportunity to push back, and if you get a KO, they have 0 chance to do so. But look at the numbers right now: 13k on 3 members of our numbers team, while their top player on the side of Birb is just tied with their lowest member.
Yeah, definitely. See the splashdown here utilized, and they get a double, it seems like, from the assistance of their teammates. The K-Shot, they're coming in clutch with their savior from the suction bomb, but also their ink coming from the top part of the bridge there. The Rush continually comes from the left side out and tries to attack with the upper point of view, but it does not seem to work. The Dynamo is pushing through. Keeping that bridge control, like we've stated before, is completely important, vital to this game. You need to ensure you control that bridge. However, the Rush does try and challenge it, and the Dynamo does go out with a trade.
Yeah, unfortunately, you really needed that clean kill, and now they are down 2-3. Luckily, they do get that jump, and that will assist, and another trade in the background there with the end zap keeps armor off of our team Birb here. Oh, that's a 2v3, but they kill the one on tower and sneak on, even with the numbers disadvantage. And this game is going to our numbers team. Like I said, I believe they are mostly UK Mafia. We see them all the time in Reef Rushdown, so we appreciate them coming back here. So yeah,
definitely.
Great job here by our numbers team. All right, though, we are going to be moving on to Clamblitz Wahoo World. Wahoo World, we saw earlier on Splatoon, I believe, Crystal, and it's a fun one. It's a little bit of a unique one with the different motion in different parts of the map. On top of the fact that we have ourselves the different layers. So you have the bottom there, it's rotating. Then you have, of course, the platforms that move in and out towards the center on the top layer. So it brings a little bit of complexity to this map and adds to the strategy.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree with you. The circular shape of this map is rather complexal and is actually really interesting to have as a unique map mode combination, specifically on Clamblitz, where the carousel and the plat area bits close and open continually, so it makes the push much more diverse and different ways to push. You have the flank way from all the way on the right side, and you can go through 2 middle ways where you can bomb up and you can use specials towards your advantage.
Alrighty, excited to see what they're gonna bring. Let's see if which brush that Spore is going to bring to the table to this time around. Any guesses?
Yeah,
any guesses before we see it?
I
think ball or brush.
Hammer brush. I find hammer brush really.
Hammer brush. All right.
And you are right, that is a ball of brush coming right there from Spore. See the clams scattered on the map here, each person going different ways, gathering a few clams each.
Yeah,
Just
you kind of expected the baller brush here just because of the, being clamless, you can kind of push in with them. So not too surprising, honestly, Crystal.
yeah, definitely. However, I would like to outline the double CDS is more surprising and more sort of unique here, I must say.
We do have a ball made here by our numbers team, trying to come around the one side, but they do get defended from getting the score, and they do go 1 down, they go 2 down. The armor is ready for the ends up, but they're going to rush back with the ball, trying to be caught here by the squeeze. The squeeze are not going to be able to capture them, but they are going to be able to put down bubbles and put pressure, but in the background, all 3 of their teammates go down, and this will be a score in favor of the numbers team.
Yeah, for sure. Our 77 numbers team is doing really effective, and they're getting a lot of clams in, actually. All the way down to 44. They're continually popping their range, though, which has come to become surprisingly really effective and really efficient in pushing towards the enemy base, but also inking down ink safely for pushes. We do see an inkjet ready, though, on the side of Team Birb. Hazard has an inkjet, but they do die instantly to the brush right there.
They sure do. Isabel trying to hang in there and get something. No, they get nothing in that one. They're going to go down to one of the CDSs. CDS is trying to get the kill on the ball, and they do. The Dynamo fall. SpaceX on this CDS particularly. Got to pop that ink storm on that top area. That'll allow their team to push forward. Isabel trying to save the ball. Not going to be able to do so. Going to basically sacrifice themselves and get nothing in return. Luckily for the numbers team, they're going to be able to get another ball in, but the question is, can they get any of those little clams in? Spore having 4 of them.
Yes, your answer is correct. They do manage to get 1 clam in, however, it is not that effective considering they have a lockdown or a penalty, per se, of 16 now, and it is not enough for 1 clam to do the trick.
Yeah, it wasn't enough for 1 clam for that to get last time. They had a little bit over 20. Yeah, what, like 27 or something like that. And so they didn't get anything off that score, even though they got a little clam on top of the power clam. 23 points scored, eating off the penalty. They going to get 11 or 12 of that back on their penalty afterward. So not enough to get anything off that other than just giving your opponent a free power clam. Isabel going to go ahead and score 20 points on the board for Birb. We'll see if they can follow up with anything else. They have a 3v3 situation, make that a 2v2, but a lot of the clams died on the side of Birb, and I think this basket is going to close, and it does.
Yeah, definitely. The clam, I'm forgetting what that is called, but the barrier, I believe, it is closing now, and the squeezer is jumping in safely onto the casserole. They are trying to build bubbles for an easy push and a safe clam of the middle area here. The Dynamo uses the inescapable fling of ink, just flinging down that squeezer and painting down the area. The squeezer has bubbles ready, and they are going to score power clam in with a splashdown simultaneously occupying it.
Oh, look at all those clams going to the basket. They're going to take the lead here. Birb has the lead here with about 1:10 remaining. Isabel still in the bubble there, going to pop it and get nothing out of it other than a death. We do see the Dynamo smartly retreating. The platform's also retreating here at the minute mark, which means that they're going to have to work with just the carousel here for about 30 seconds before it rotates. SpaceX and Co here going to try to push forward. 45 seconds on the clock. They are down 1, so they're not going to push just quite yet. Going to probably try to maintain as much map control as they can so they can make a last-minute push.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. They are trying to keep that map control and the paint going. Unfortunately, clams aren't really spawning right now, and they only have the power clam to occupy themselves. They do, however, have specials completely ready, and they are ready to make a push in the last 30 seconds, it seems. However, the opposing team also does put armor, and they do seem to get a push up here with a nice position, but the Dynamo is there. Will they get it in? They do score it in, but they do need a few more clams to guarantee the victory lead here. Unfortunately, it does not seem that that is possible considering the vast positioning and the purple paint all covered in the spawn there.
I actually would have loved if SpaceX went the other direction. So Spore went one direction, and they all bit on that immediately. They all immediately ran after Spore because the brush things are funny, and they didn't want that to happen to them. If SpaceX just held forward, they actually could have kept the basket open, even if they didn't necessarily get the lead off it, because I can't remember if they had enough clams to get the victory. But what they could have done is at least extend it, and hopefully a teammate could come in and jump in with a little bit more. But nonetheless,
Yeah,
we're gonna be going to Game 5 here, Crystal, for winners finals.
Yeah, for the first time today in Reef Rushdown 10, we go to the very final game here, versus the 77 numbers team versus Birb here on Snapper Canal Rainmaker, a really interesting map mode combination where there are really diverse ways to go, and honestly, if you get a wipe, you're probably guaranteed a win.
Yeah, you're right. Classic Rainmaker. Either way, this is very important. Because even, let's say both of these teams are guaranteed grand finals. Let's say that, whoever loses is going to go ahead and take care of losers. We're just going to assume that for a moment. The big key is that the winning team of this has an extra life for grand finals. So even if they just can't get it done in the first set of maps, they can come back in the bracket reset to still fight for the championship here. Basically a best out of 3 sets, it's kind of weird to say, would be effectively what it is between them. But again, that's assuming that whoever loses here can make a run through losers. Nonetheless, still crucial. You want to have that extra life, so to say, in grand finals. It allows you to have that mistake and just go, you know what, regroup. We're going to just take the loss on this one, and we'll go ahead and dominate in the bracket reset. So nonetheless here, very crucial Game 5 for this winners finals, and we're going to see what each team is going to bring to the table.
Yeah, definitely. Hypothetically, that is a really interesting idea. Do you want to see Birb and the 77 numbers team rematch in grand finals?
I kind of do. I think it's a really close one. I mean, it's, I don't want to not see more teams, but we can't deny the fact that this is a really close one when it's the only Game 5 so far.
Yeah.
So as much as I would love to see somebody else commit an upset, if they can't meet this level that whatever team loses is done to the other one, I don't want to see necessarily the upset for... I think it would have a more interesting grand finals at least.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't agree more. Anyways, here we have an intense gameplay with Sploosh being completely alone and just painting for that hammer a special right there. Going for a flank, which is a really good idea, where they do get one pick, and they do have their special ready to push in, popped, and get the armor kill.
Oh, look.
They do manage to score it all the way over to 28.
Yeah, they fell down there at the end, and just one person remaining, and they die! This is going to be a huge push for Birb. No, the bomb around the corner got him, and that is 2 down. This is finally going to kill the push of Birb. They're trying to get the pop here. Can they get any points off it? I don't believe so, and that is a big no. Man, if that bomb was not placed there from the junior, that was a huge amount of points for Birb. So just 28 remaining. Very lucky for the numbers team.
Yeah, definitely. We see one of them flank on the sneaky side here, but they do get caught and they notice by the CDS, which means the flank isn't that effective anymore. And they do get 2 down, leaving that flank just vulnerable on their own. And they are flanking from left or right wall here. They are going from the right wall, I believe that is. They're going from the right wall here, but they do not get up to the top there, and they do not get the lead.
Yeah, you got to get up to the top there for this lead. It gets you right about 31, 30-ish. So you can get up there and forward a little bit, and you get that lead in that situation. So understandably, that's why they went that direction. These players are very experienced on both sides, so they kind of know where to go. You can kind of see it right there. They were just shy of the 28, and they ended up tying the 28 there for Birb, just getting up that wall. And that's effectively what the numbers team was trying to do, is do exactly what they just did. But unfortunately not able to do so. They're getting stopped before they get up the wall.
Yeah, essentially, I do agree that they are really skillful players and they do understand these differences between measurements. And I'm sure they were trying to get that 28 breach over them. Just even a small lead is a major advantage in Rainmaker gameplay.
It is, especially this far around. You know, 99 to 100 at 1 point doesn't matter. If you can't beat 99, you've been dominated all game.
Exactly.
But at this point, you're at the point where you hit the real wall, so to say, the real choke point on this map. Both these teams are right around that 30 remaining point, and that's really tough to get past. And that's why neither team, even though they've had great openings, have been unable to do so. And we see another opening here for Team Birb, getting multiple members down, and the one member that was down for them is going to be able to jump in and get in first before the respawning numbers team players.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't agree more. The 77 number team here are in there using their height and inkjet to their advantage. They do manage to get the Rainmaker as per kill, delaying their time and able to just put everyone in a lock everyone out and put everyone in a position where they can just kill them all with teamwork.
Alright, we do see Spore here with the Vanilla Octobrush, of course. Having that inkjet is going to be really crucial if they can get it around that top area. They might be able to get a clear opening for their team. But speaking of inkjet, they're going to go down to an inkjet. Well, they actually go down to a sploosh, but assisted by the inkjet, of course. And this defense here by Birb going to hold the numbers team from getting even close to the lead, at least for a little while. About 40 seconds remaining. Not a lot of time to push back. We do see that Rainmaker fall in the water. Accidents do happen around these parts with the little bit of water around the map. Hazard going to get another one. Team Birb in a situation where the opponents are 3 down. They're just going to paint this map and absolutely shred. Just 10 seconds remaining. Hazard trying to stay alive, going down. That Rainmaker is mostly on the opponent's side, and Birb smartly, what they did there, for anyone that didn't notice what was going on, they painted it mostly in their favor. So that way they had a little bit of an advantage when that pop fight came. And then what they did was they went down a couple and just bombed it enough that even though they were going to lose the pop if it had another maybe 2 or 3 seconds, what they did is hold with that amount of pop that it had close to being a pop. We just threw enough bombs to keep it alive, keep their opponents from popping it with those last few seconds. So great job here by Birb, able to get this 3-2 victory, Crystal. Amazing job there.
Yeah, definitely. That ratio of 2 to 3 here in the end was rather amazing. That whole entire set was really intense and really close. Both teams were both using similar strategies. Like we noticed on a certain shipyard, they were all going on the left side, and on Clamblitz Wahoo, they were all scaraging away in different directions and coming forward in together.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go ahead and take a break here. Nonetheless, we're going to be switching commentators. I'm going to be sliding over to just production, so we're going to see some more fun with the camera here. If you want to find me on Twitter, I am Kraken_Mayor. Crystal, where can the people find you?
You can find me over at Twitter at YesMan, spelt weirdly PMT.
All right. Thanks, everyone. We're going to be back here with a losers round 4, I think. Losers round 5. I would have to double check. Yeah, losers round 5. So give us just a moment here. We'll be right back.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to Reef Rushdown. We are here with losers round 4 with Faze Clam versus Monorpale shinyyy OMG. How are you doing this morning, Sky? I know it's early for you.
I'm doing pretty good. I've actually been awake for about an hour now, so not like horrible. So, do you recognize anybody from either of these teams? Because from Faze Clam, I recognize Shockwave, who is an Oceana Nautilus player.
Actually, both of these teams are completely new to me, and I look forward to seeing how they play. Alright, and we are starting with Clam Blitz on Snapper. Then our second match would be Splat Zone's Humpback, and then Rainmaker Manta Maria, which actually happens to be one of my favorite map mode combinations altogether. How do you feel about these?
I don't know. I'm very much like every single time I commentate, I always do talk about Clam Blitz because, you know, Clam Blitz is just that mode that I just really love. Not only that, but it's also a mode that's just really good for team play, as I've learned a lot from playing with Kraken and from what he's said when coaching and stuff. You know, just in general, it's just a really good mode in my honest opinion. On Snapper, it's a little bit hard to push up into the basket because there's two different ways you can go about it. You can push from the left side over by the rail, which can often lead into pushes getting shut down pretty easily, but you can also get shut down really easily when you're going through the opponent's street to try and get into their basket too, so.
Absolutely, and the unique geometry of Humpback really puts sloshers and other weapons that benefit from fall-off damage at a pretty significant advantage, especially on zones where the goal is just to paint that top mid there. And Rainmaker Manta Maria, you know, the goal is controlling the bunker there. There are just so many places there for pushes to get shut down from overhead.
Yeah, when it comes to Humpback zones too, like, sloshers and like and dynamos and such can do fairly well when it comes to that fall off that you mentioned. It just those corners and stuff. It like those corners and those slopes that just, if you're aiming upwards just a bit, can help out a lot.
Absolutely, and it could really put shooters at a little bit of a disadvantage, especially people who are good at gauging their opponent's shot range and kiting them. You have a little bit more range there with sloshers than you normally would expect, just because of the slope of the map.
Yeah, like, honestly, like, the amount that the slopes help when it comes to, you know, playing sloshers or, like, dynamos, like, at first, like, glance, I would never, like, have expected, the slopes to have that big of an impact, but it's really funny how big of an impact it actually does have, and it's, if you play those weapons, it's definitely really nice. If you don't play those weapons, then, well,
you're certainly feeling it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And something else that's really nice about Humpback is it's, especially zones, it's very susceptible to double booyah. So.
Oh yeah, you can easily cap that zone with double booyah. Alright, and we are getting started with Clam Blitz Snapper, and it looks like we got a Squeezer, a K-Shot on one side, sorry I couldn't quite see it there, a Junior and a CDS, and then on the other side we have the Knot with the Inkjet, a Soda Slosher, which is always nice to see, a Foil Squeezer, and the NZAP 85. Both sides are running armor as expected.
Welcome to the armor meta in 2021.
Absolutely, we've all seen it before, and two are already down on the side of Faze Clam. Monorpale shinyyy OMG already has a significant number of clams, and they are working towards the enemy's basket. They are building that special utility, and it looks like they are going to dunk on them. And with 11 clams ready to prepare for that push, Faze Clam is really going to have to work on locking people out, and they do. They manage to guard their basket with a significant amount of paint. Two members are down on the side of OMG, and they are working their way up for that counter push.
Yeah, and getting to a remaining of 80 isn't that big of a lead by any means. If anything, it's a very it's a very big lead that can very much so be overtaken, as we see here from Faze Clam making a really good push, taking 2 down, and just going ham on shinyyy here.
Yeah, absolutely. Super jumping that power clam in and throwing it in. That's a significant push for so early in the match, and this is really feeling a lot like, excuse me, testing grounds last night.
Ooh, CDS here gets a really good shot on their opponent in just painting up that right hill, which will be a very important key point to hold, especially when trying to make a counter push here to try and get past that remaining of 80 that's currently keeping them stuck in the position of not having lead. And it looks like shinyyy here is going to get 2 power claims here, and they're going to use their bubbles to try and get more in, as we have 2 people coming out of spawn on the side of Faze Clam.
Absolutely. omggg is doing a fantastic job of not only applying pressure, but keeping it there as they go for more score. They only need 1 more clam in, and they succeed. Wow, what a fantastic match. They were just not willing to let that push die. They said, you may have underestimated us when we got that clam in and then dropped the ball. However, we are here to stay, and we are here to push.
Yeah, honestly, they did really good there. Like, they you know, giving Faze Clam here a false sense of security and just making them think, all right, we're you know, we're not that good. Getting like a single power clam in, and then, you know, after being underestimated, they just go at it and they KO on them.
Yeah, talk about dunked on.
Speaking of dunks, we're gonna be dunking it down at Humpback Pump Track.
Ooh, I really am looking forward to seeing if they bring that soda back out. You know, we were talking about that fall-off damage just a couple of seconds ago, and that soda slusher really would benefit here.
Yeah, I feel like part of me wants to hope that I don't see it, but part of me feels like one of these teams might just run a double booyah comp in some form.
What's your favorite variation of the double booyah? Are you a K52, K Dynamo type of person?
Funny enough, the one time I believe that I've run double booyah with any team is double K52, actually.
Well, hey, it's a weapon that can paint for itself and defend itself and get kills, so, like, no shame there with the double K52.
True. I mean, there's definitely other booyah weapons that would probably be a lot better, like, I guess something like K-Pro and K52, just for the fact that you probably want to have an extra bomb on your team rather than 2 walls that you can just, you know, put up to, like, keep yourself safe. But I don't know, I guess in some form, like, a bomb is a lot different than just having a wall, and generally you just want more bombs than walls, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Those lethals can be the difference between a lockout and getting back in. And they do bring out the soda as well as a tri-slosher. And it does look like omggg is just bringing out an extra K-shot, and then the Link is going for the vanilla tri. That would be their only source of armor on the side of Faze Clam, which is pretty unique. You want giving your armor to your aggro player. Typically, if someone were to run V-Try, you would see another armor spam weapon on the team. omggg is doing a good job of capping zone. They do have both of their missiles ready, and that is excellent on a map like Humpback because you have very little overhead cover to shield yourself from those missiles.
First thing here is just shinyyy here getting the zone and capping it, and so far getting to a remaining at 53 and counting, and just constantly taking out the teammates of Faze Clam here. The Nautilus going down, the Squeezer, and the getting wiped.
Yeah, absolutely. it really is looking like a lockout situation. Faze Clam has to be careful here when they come back, otherwise they are going to put themselves in a feed loop. The Nautilus does go down, but they take out that K-shot with them. OMG has their work cut out for them as that Squeezer is trying to get the zone, and it looks like that would be game. Did someone eat themselves?
Yeah!
Oh, fantastic. All right, well that's round 2 will go to shinyyy OMG.
Yeah, both of these teams were playing really well. It was just really unfortunate since shinyyy knew how to lock Faze Clam out, how to continuously take them out, and just wipe them time and time again.
Yeah, they did a really good job there of applying paint pressure and preventing people from dropping in order to apply pressure on zone.
Honestly, yeah. I part of me would have expected to see a game 3, but it is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I really was looking forward to seeing that Rainmaker Manta Maria match, but it looks like we are moving on.
But just to give us a little break, we will be back shortly with Reef Rushdown 10, going into the next losers match.
Stay tuned. Hello, welcome back to Reef Rushdown, and we are here with our numeric torturers versus the winners of last round, Monorpale, shinyyy, omggg. I am never going to get that name right, forgive me.
Man, numeric tortures is a really good name to give them, actually.
I actually spent a lot of time thinking that while I was off stream.
What can I call this team name that just has, like, an extremely excessively long name of numbers?
Hey, like, you're not gonna stump me. I'm gonna come up with something to call you. And for now, you are our numeric torturers.
I will probably be referring to them as 77 just because in my brain it will look at the name and that's just gonna be the easiest thing for me.
Well, we are starting on Splatoon's The Reef. Oh! And here we go!
Why is it always Reef?
Because Reef is good, and because we are here with Reef Rushdown. Alright, we are running that double K-shot build with the foil squeezer and the junior, and then on the other side we have the N-Zap, the Ink Brush, the Vanilla Try, and the Tetradoolies. What interesting, we did not see the Tetradoolies last round, and the Tetradoolies are down. As omggg manages to cap the zone, they are applying a significant amount of pressure trying to lock out our numeric torturers, we have somebody dropping into the zone, and they do go down.
Yeah, foil squeezer doing a really in taking out the junior, helping their teammates. Unfortunately, they end up going down to the Tetras on bridge, but their teammates do a really good job at and take them out instantly. Spore looks like they're gonna be trying to make a push here, but unfortunately they end up going down. But Space here is able to use his tri-sloshes and taken out the shot there.
That was a very clean pick on the side of SpaceX as they make their way towards the zone. And they do have their armor ready, and it looks like they are beginning their counter push. SpaceX does go down to the K-shot there named Bla, and they are firing those missiles. There is plenty of overhead cover there, especially near the zone itself. Most of the members of shinyyy omggg are down, and our numeric torturers are able to cap the zone. It is time for them to begin their push. They don't have a penalty that they need to work down, and they are here to stay.
Yeah, you know, something I noticed was when numeric tortures were capping the zone, it like went back and forth for a little bit until it was just like, nah, I want to be purple.
Absolutely, they were not going to rush in and cap that zone and lose their heads over it. They wanted to be able to get clean picks using the zone to apply pressure and bait people out. They are going to pull lead here. 2 members are down on the side of omggg. That tri-slosher is working their way up and painting up. They are very far away from their armor, and they do go down.
Yeah, shinyyy here is going to make a push in, and unfortunately they're going to go 2 down here. The Ink Brush doing what Ink Brushes do best, running around and causing trouble for the other team. Spore here is going to just try and keep zone, painting around the other side of it, keeping that zone purple for numeric tortures.
They are doing a fantastic job of keeping that zone and denying the other team the ability to stall it out. There are 2 people down on the side of numeric torturers though, so we are in a 2v2, and it looks like we have 1 person on the each side of zone as shinyyy omggg does cap it. Their junior is down. They do have their double K shots up. They are working their way towards the special, and numeric torturers is going to cap once again, and that Ink Brush is causing a lot of trouble in their enemy's court.
Yeah, you know, Ink Brushes do best with causing trouble here, and just in general here in the game. They you know, being careful about what they can and can't do, and, you know, making sure to back off when they realize that they're in a really bad position for themselves.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
though, in a 2v1 here against the members of shinyyy omggg, and they do get taken out. Man, that K-shot with the triple, they are just saying, like, man, dude, do not count us out. We are working down that penalty. The Tetras are the only ones up, and I believe they're actually coming out of spawn right now. shinyyy omggg, it does look like they're going to be able to pull lead here if they manage to lock people out and apply a significant amount of pressure on that court. The Tetras do go down. They do pop armor. It looks like the numeric torturers popped both of their armors at the same time, which is quite a waste.
Yeah, like popping armors really depends, because if you're playing an armor weapon and then you lose your armor, some weapons generally can pop armor for themselves and there's no consequence. But unfortunately here, it doesn't really look like the armor really helped or hurt them too much here, as shinyyy here is gonna take the KO after continuously wiping 77.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was something I commented on last set over 7-7, is that they were running that Tri-Slosher as their only form of armor. It did look like they tried to fix that with running the 85, however, they popped their armor at the end there at the same time as the Tri, and you have to wonder what was going on there, because that armor really could have benefited the rest of the team had they just stalled it maybe 5 more seconds. We are moving on next to Tower Control Mako Mart. This is such a Slayer-heavy map. How do you feel about it?
Yeah! It is definitely a pretty Slayer-heavy map. It's also a pretty neutral map in general, so it doesn't really weigh in one team or another's favor. I don't know, I like Mako Mart because it's just a really nice, versatile map, and all else fails, just pick Mako.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's anyone who really strongly dislikes Mako Mart. It really is just such a well-designed map. With tower control here, you do have to worry about the enemy's bunker a lot. They can apply a significant amount of pressure. Those checkpoints just run so close up to where the enemy can very cleanly pick you. You really have to watch out for blasters such as Clash and Luna on this.
Yeah, something when it comes to tower control in general is it's just usually as you get farther into the checkpoints, it's very close and compact to where you really don't want to be, per se, because it gives the enemy a really good position into, being able to kill you.
Absolutely. And we are starting with the match. Alright, and we are going back out with that double taste shot. It doesn't look like shinyyy omggg is changing their comp at all. They did win the last set. They are saying we are confident in this comp and we are going to run this. Mako Mart also lacks a significant amount of overhead cover. I don't think there is any at all to shield yourself from those missiles. However, Numeric Torturers is running the same build as last time, except they are shopping out that vanilla try for the Tech. 2 people go down on the side of Numeric Torturers. That Tech is the only one up. This shinyyy omggg really can begin a push here, and it looks like they are going to. That HF is ready to pop, though, which is quite threatening.
Yeah, shinyyy really showing their aggression, making a point to say we want to come back to grand finals here, as we see that the squeezer just takes out the Tetras as they're distracted with somebody on the right stacks. And unfortunately, the bubbles don't end up saving that person on tower, but so this is gonna end shinyy's push and give Numeric Torture an advantage here.
Yeah, that ink brush is painting up the enemy's bunker, and they are ready to begin sharking there and wipe members of shinyyy omggg. There is a lot of ink mines there, which should give their teammates a little bit more time to notice where their opponents are and apply a little bit of chip damage. Numeric Torturers does have their specials ready to go. They are holding it. The ink brush does go down, and so do the Tetras. You have to wonder if that was a splashdown cancel. I didn't quite see it because it was just right after they popped special. shinyyy omggg is working their way back towards having that mid control, but Numeric Torturers have that inkjet and armor ready to go, which we all know and love that combo.
Inkjet and armor, just very beautiful combo. Very beautiful, very powerful combo.
Well, it doesn't look like it's going to save them, as Numeric Torturers is completely wiped, and shinyyy omggg begins yet another push. They are working all the way up towards Numeric Torturers spawn. and it looks like they were just applying so much pressure. That K-shot does go down, but they are at checkpoint 2. Sun is putting a wonderful tower dance up there, and different teammates are working on that tower. They clear the checkpoint just through good teamwork, refusing to let any of their teammates die until just now on that tower, despite the amount of pressure that Numeric Torturers was putting up.
Yeah, Shiny here doing a really good job dancing on the tower and making overall sure that when it comes to that tower, that if one person's not able to do it, then somebody else is gonna hop on to, you know, get on that tower and distract.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's fantastic team coordination on the side of Shiny OMG. They were definitely communicating there and probably shouting to each other, "Hey, dude, get on tower, get on tower," which is which is awesome to see. You can really tell when teams are communicating well.
Here it looks like, unfortunately, that Numeric Torture is just not able to make any kind of push off of that, you know, just shutting that down. But they also just don't have any map control, so it doesn't really surprise me that they're not able to capitalize off of those picks, unfortunately. Just, you know, all the blue on the map from Shiny here is just... It must be a little overwhelming, especially considering the fact that they don't have any more checkpoints to go through. So all they have to do is continuously keep pushing that tower so that until it reaches the end. There's nothing stopping them from KOing this, except for, you know, possibly Numeric Torture getting on the tower, but...
Absolutely. Tower control is just one of those modes where you don't even want to touch objective until you have at least 2 members down on the other side and a significant portion of map control in the direction of your path. There's just so much blue on the map underneath Numeric Torturer's drop there that it looks like they're going to have a hard time just simply getting back into mid. That K-shot does do a fantastic job of working over down that ink brush and getting 2 kills. Sorry, 1 kill. I think they're going to manage to get that ink brush, but we will see. Numeric Torturers does try to start to push the tower, but they have 2 members down, and so it just makes them easy targets for Shiny OMG to just apply pressure, get picks, and just keep going. Numeric Torturers has to be very careful here, otherwise they're going to find themselves in the feed loop with only 30 seconds left in the match.
And it looks like Inkbrush is not going to go down by themselves. They're going to get a nice trade over on the shot, and both teams have 2 down, and Zap going down on the side of Numeric Torture, and their Tetris going down once more. That's going to hurt them, since in the last 4 seconds, there's nobody to really pressure, like, the tower here. So unfortunately for Numeric Tortures, this is going to be a little bit hard for them.
Yeah, and Shiny OMG just did a fantastically clean job of applying pressure and keeping up that paint. That junior with the 19 kills and 10 armors, just what a play from that junior.
You know, honestly, yeah. I'm curious to see how that junior will play out in Rainmaker on Black Belly Skate Park.
Yeah, and I'm hoping to see some jets here on Black Belly Skate Park as well, because you know that's what you expect. It's the classic go-to here for this map mode. Black Belly Skate Park is just another one of those maps where we were talking about Tri-Slushers benefiting because of all the slopes.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
and also you really neither team here is working with a significant amount of range. They are working with those full frontline comps. So I want to see if somebody maybe switches their weapon on the side of Numeric Torturers, because the pressure is going to be on for this match.
Something I will say that's very, very helpful, especially for this mode on Black Belly, is possibly having a Stingray. Doesn't matter what kind of weapon you're playing for that Stingray, just having a Stingray. Oh, double missiles?
Double missiles and double CDS. Huh. Interesting. This is going to be a K-shot versus CDS. May the better weapon win.
Yeah. I'm just
I don't know what to say to that.
It's 9 a.m. and you know this is not the kind of comps I'd expect. But you know, I'm living for it. Like if they can make it work, then hey, who am I to judge?
Yeah, absolutely, and that Rainmaker is just yeeting themselves all the way towards their opponent's goal. They do manage to get all the way down to remaining 35, which is not the best push in the world because it's extremely beatable. However, in terms of keeping numeric torturers on their toes, it is a solid push as 2 members are down. Shiny OMG, you can just see from here, has so much map control in mid, and they do currently have armor. They are just pushing towards numeric torturers saying, we are going to get a pick. That way you guys can't even begin your push.
Numeric Torture is doing a really good job of painting just the map in general, having that map control. However, Shiny doesn't really need to pay much mind to a lot of the map if they can just continuously get these picks and paint a path for the Rainmaker. Because all Shiny needs is a path here. And unfortunately, the shot picking up the Rainmaker does end up going down, and maybe this will be an opportunity for Numeric Torture to get some sort of push in while letting the Rainmaker reset and pushing back into mid here.
Yeah, absolutely. They certainly have time to paint up mid, but 2 members are down. Shiny OMG says, while you were distracted, we are just going to towards your goal. And they actually do manage to get it all the way down to remaining 7. Man, if I was Numeric Torturers at this point, I would be quite nervous with 3 minutes remaining on the map. And it looks like that Rainmaker handler says, you know what, it is time to move this thing. We made a mistake by letting this thing reset and then leaving it unguarded, and they are trying to work it, but they do go down at that choke. 2 members are down on the side of Numeric Torturers, and Shiny OMG is working on regaining that map control. They are not as nervous about leaving that Rainmaker unattended.
Yeah, the CDS here trying their best to back off while also trying to possibly get a pick on the K-shot. Unfortunately, they're backed off so far that they aren't able to do very much. But Shiny here is basically, you know, 3 people down and only having the shot and jumping back to spawn, basically a wipe.
Absolutely, but that shot does get there back in time in order to put up some defense against the Rainmaker, and it actually was a very really well-timed jump from that K-shot, and they are working on getting that Rainmaker back into his mid, but this time Numeric Torturers, they are awake, probably more awake than you and I are, so they are ready to put up a defense for that Rainmaker.
Yeah, we see Spore here over on the brush, making themselves trying to get picks here, but unfortunately they go down to the K-shot, and Numeric Torture's gonna put that armor, which is gonna let the junior here know that, you know, maybe I shouldn't be pushing this, and before they're able to back up far enough, they unfortunately go down.
Yeah, there is 1 member down on each side, and actually make that 2 on the side of Numeric Torturers. Shiny OMG, they are just causing so much trouble in their court. That brush is down, and so it looks like they are going to begin that push, but I wonder in which direction they're going to push it. Both teams have been pushing it down left side, but that no longer feels advantageous as the Rainmaker is shooting along that right path, hopefully to support that K-shot.
Yeah, to me, I feel like pushing the right would probably be their best option here. Unfortunately, it looks like that's gonna be a wipe on the side of Numeric Torture, and all this K-shot has to do is keep applying pressure onto that Rainmaker and giving their team a chance to jump back in or just push back into mid so that they can pop it once the 30 seconds here are up.
Yeah, there are 30 seconds left in the match, and and Numeric Torture is finally has a 4v4 situation. They do have their specials and they pop armor. That CDS is going to have an opportunity here to be extremely aggressive if they want to be able to get that Rainmaker. And the K-shot does take them out. Like we said at the beginning, this would be a battle of K-shot versus CDS, and it does look like the K-shot has a little bit of an edge here.
You know, Shiny is just, you know, making sure that they can apply their picks, and they do so in a good fashion, popping the Rainmaker at 1 second remaining. The 3rd game of this best of 5 set going to Shiny OMG in a clean 3-0 for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. That match, the Rainmakers there were doing a pretty good amount of work. When they pushed that all the way down to 7, that was such a surprise, both for us and Numeric Torturers. I don't think they were quite expecting that. Shiny OMG took an opportunity that they saw, and they really did well with it.
Yeah, no, they really did take that opportunity and run with it.
Quite literally. Well, we will be taking a break here and coming back with the next set. Stay tuned, everyone. Hello, welcome back to Reef Rushdown, and we are here with a very familiar set with Birb versus Shiny OMG. Are you excited, Sky?
This was the set that I watched just as I was, waking up, getting ready to come on and commentate. So I'm very curious to see how different or how similar they might end up being.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm really looking forward to the set and seeing what both teams could do. I was also watching that set before I came on, and it was just so neck and neck. And it looks like we are starting on Clamblitz Inkblot.
We're gonna start on Clamblitz Inkblot. It looks like on the side of Birb we have a golden dynamo for that nice armor, K-Shot, Squeezer, and a Tetris. And on the side of Shiny OMG, their generic double K-Shot comp still staying.
Yeah, they are very confident in that comp, and you can easily see why with that armor and double missiles. That's just so meta at the moment, and it looks like most of the members are down on the side of Birb, and neither team really has a significant portion of mid because everybody just went down within the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, Shiny OMG here ended up making a really good first push here, getting a lot of picks, but unfortunately don't have the clams to make any sort of actual damageable push on the basket. As I say that, they're gonna get a power climb in, but it doesn't seem like they'll be getting any more points unless they can possibly sneak somebody in. But Birb does a really good job of shutting down anybody trying to sneak in and push in, as they are going towards the left stack and trying to make a push of themselves, but unfortunately they do end up going down to the K shot here.
Birb does look very familiar. It was very clean. You had one on right side, one on left, and two in mid, and they just applied so much paint. It was just like a car wash of paint in mid, and they do jump in, getting a power clam, which is quite a successful push from the side of Birb, and it looks like that push is going to be coming to a close, as they currently do not have any power clams. Or clams.
Not only that, but they also don't have any players up anymore.
Yeah, that Dynamo really had an opportunity to jump out there, but they just decided to apply pressure, and it cost them their life there.
So, leaving shinyyy here with 2 power clams, it seems like they could definitely make a really good push here, especially with 3 down on the side of Birb, and it looks like that's just what they're going to do here, as they throw 2 power clams and getting to 44, taking that lead, and the Tetris here are going to shut down and instantly be taken out, as we have one other here trying to make a push in, but unfortunately they're going to stop at a remaining of 11, which is a really nice lead here, actually.
Very nice lead, but we saw how even these two teams were before we came on, and there are 2.5 minutes left in this match. I would not be counting Birb out of this yet. They do manage to get 2 picks on the side of OMG, and they have 14 clams. They potentially work with something here, even though they do have 1 down, that being their Dynamo. They have 20, and they are going for that power clam. What a interestingly placed suction bomb, trying to get somebody who drops. And they, oh my goodness, they managed to get the points all the way down to 19, and they talk about a jump.
If they had, I don't know, man. Wow. So shinyyy here was able to do a really good job of just in general taking picks when they could, and especially making pushes, but unfortunately just that one jump that they couldn't really stop, because it was just in a really good position in general, so they knew where to throw that power clam. So unfortunate for shinyyy here in game 1. Game 1 will be going to Birb, as they played pretty well and also had a really good position jump there at the end.
With some well-organized clam blitz, you can tell that Birb is very experienced and very coordinated in their VC. That was clean.
And we're gonna be going on to Splat Zones on Camp Triggerfish. I've heard some different opinions about this, but what's yours on it, actually?
A certified blob main. Love this map. Yeah, absolutely. I dig this map, and I look forward to seeing what they pull out. I don't think the double K shot, because there is once again no overhead cover, so missiles are pretty advantageous here. Teammates tend to run over each other in those narrow alleys and possibly kill each other with their missiles. But I have to wonder what Birb is going to be pulling out here too in the side of their range.
Yeah, generally speaking, having any, sort of similar range from, either, a shot or a zap, or, just a shot or a zap, having those 2 weapon sort of ranges can also help a lot, because something with Zones Camp Triggerfish is, even if you're on your side of the map, generally I've learned that you can also paint the opponent's side too.
A map mode where you want a significant number of bombs that can paint, just because you could be safely on your own side. If you're the one person on your side and your 3 teammates are over trying to push at the enemy, you can just be chucking bombs and helping them out. So bombs would be an advantage here, and that K shot does have suction bomb, if I recall correctly, as its sub.
Yes, it does actually.
Yeah, and that would be a very good bomb for Camp Triggerfish.
So after like, you know, they're guaranteed at least 4 games here. So, after they play on Zones, Triggerfish will be going on to Rainmaker and Mansa Maria. You know, you didn't get to see that last round, so.
Didn't, and that's actually my favorite map mode in the whole world.
Well, you're guaranteed to see gameplay of it now.
Yes! Hope everyone in chat loves Rainmaker, Mansa Maria too, just as much as I do.
Well.
Sorry, Sky, I'll love it twice as much for you.
I mean, I don't hate it per se. It's just I've heard a lot of, you know, I've heard a lot of different thoughts and opinions on it. Some people really like it, others really hate it. You know, some people just really don't want to make pushes with it, like on it in general, because, you know, pushing on Manta Maria Rainmaker is painful. And I don't disagree with them, but, you know, because, you know, you have that right side, you can, like, do little gimmicky things, especially when, like, you're, like, going and jumping off the right side and trying to jump, onto the area near pedestal. And then, like, you know, pushing, like, on the left or pushing straight is just, you know, possibly your death.
Yeah, the fastest way to score points on this map, on Rainmaker Manta Maria, is actually through the left push. You can actually get some pretty good speed there if you manage to get a wipe and somebody has that wall already painted for you. That's going to be the fastest way that you could actually score points on that. But we are moving towards Splat Zones, Camp Triggerfish, and that match is starting now. I am willing to bet that we are going to see that double K-shot build just because those missiles do so well on this map mode, and so do those suction bombs. Oh, actually, we're going to see the first change from Birb. Oh my goodness, bringing out the CDS instead of the double K-shot.
I think that's shiny.
That's shiny. I apologize.
You're all good. You know, the squeezer using the range, unfortunately they end up going down to the Inkjet here. Inkjet's able to take 2 good picks here on the opponent's zone. Birb doing a really good job of keeping map control and pressuring Shiny here. Shiny having a hard time making any sort of pushes, having to throw bombs because they can't really be too aggressive here without possibly feeding and wasting their lives a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Birb is doing a pretty good job of holding that zone here. It does look like they are split up 2 and 2 along each side of the map. Actually, no, it looks like they have one on left side, one in their zone, and then the other 2 in their opponent's zone. That's a very good positioning for guarding flanks.
You know, Shiny's doing a really good job playing around the wall, throwing bombs as they can, and it's not really helping them get the zone by any means, but it's just really nice to see them play around that. Unfortunately, the squeezer is gonna go down to that Inkjet. You know, Hazard here is just doing some work, taking them out. Unfortunately, their bubbles don't even really secure the zone either. But you know, Commentators Curse is a lovely thing.
Any OMG does manage the cap zone and apply penalty points on Birb, and I will say earlier that Inkjet did a fantastic job of dancing and avoiding getting themselves killed. OMG is beginning their counter push. It looks like Birb is refusing to go down, though. They really want that zone neutralized, refusing Shiny OMG from getting almost any points on the board. And that's obviously a very good play from Birb. That Inkjet does come out, and Sun is scared of that Inkjet, as he should be, because that Inkjet has shown their skill.
Yeah, you know, Hazard using the Inkjet to apply pressure, unfortunately not getting any picks, but the foil squeezer here is gonna, you know, pop back in with some bubbles and apply more pressure, getting back that zone and helping their team to try and knock down their score by a little bit more here.
Yeah, good job of clearing away their penalty points, and they are beginning to put their points on the board. They need to get as many points as they can because there are 2.5 minutes left, and Birb just has 18 points remaining. And they Birb manages to take control of the zone. They are clearing away their penalty points. At this point, it is their job to hold this and just refuse to let Shiny OMG cap that zone again. Shiny OMG is going to have their work cut out for them. They have about the same amount of penalty points as Birb, as one member does go down.
Isabel here doing some really good work. Unfortunately, ends up going down to the Squeezer, who's gonna try and play around the wall. Unfortunately, they have to drop here. But they have their bubbles, so it looks like they're going to use their bubbles to their advantage, using them, popping them. Unfortunately, it's not going to keep that zone for very long, as the Dynamo does a really good job of painting, and the Squeezer ends up trading with that Dynamo. It's just a fight for a zone at the moment, but Birb is doing a really good job, knocking down their penalty, and not really having to worry about it anymore. But it looks like as they do knock their penalty down, Shiny here is going to try and make some sort of push here, pushing them back, pushing their zone, painting that zone, and taking what they can here, getting picks on Hazard here, and taking the Tetris down. Birb is 3 down. All Shiny has to do here is paint the opponent's zone here, and they do that from their side.
Yeah. This is exactly what you were describing before the match. That K-Shot did a good job there of painting the opponent's side from across their own ledge. That Dynamo is applying pressure on their own zone, though. I would definitely be watching my own head if I would plan to go anywhere near that Dynamo. The Foil Squeezer does help take them out. 2 are down on the side of Birb, but it's also a 2v2 at the moment as Monorpale Shiny OMG is in control of his zone, clears away their penalty points, and just get an additional 3 points on the board. But there's 30 seconds left of the match, and we are in a 4v4 situation. They do have their work cut out for them if they want to pull this in an overtime.
And that's what Shiny's gonna have to do to actually get the W here. They need to get a really good overtime push, getting at least maybe 2 or 3 people down on the side of Birb here. But they're doing a really they're struggling here. They're trying really hard. Unfortunately, the K-Shot on the side of Shiny goes down. The Tetras are down on the side of Birb, but unfortunately that Dynamo with the bubbles is gonna hurt them here. Especially being able to pop them and then having the Dynamo right on top, to the point where they're able to keep that zone neutralized, and overtime ends sooner than they first wished for.
Yeah, Shiny did a good job of forcing that into overtime and did their best to try and keep control of the zones, but that Dynamo was just not letting up. Absolutely, what a fantastic match. And we are moving on to Raidmaker Manta Maria. Awesome. How do you feel about Raidmaker in general? Is it like a good mode for you? I know you mentioned you like clams, and people who like clams typically don't like Raidmaker.
You know, I don't hate Rainmaker. I don't really mind it. Actually, Clams and Rainmaker tend to be the 2 modes that I like a lot because I can be super mobile.
Mm-hmm.
Like with the Rainmaker especially, because I play a support weapon generally, or I play 52. So I'm either playing a Slayer or a support weapon with either 52 or Zap, and you know, if I'm playing with a backliner, sometimes I'll pick up, or sometimes the backliner picks up. But, you know, when I'm playing solo, I generally pick up the Rainmaker, and I get to do a lot of
cool stuff!
Yeah, you know, it's really nice, because, like, I generally, every time I pick up the Rainmaker, I try and guarantee myself, alright, I might go down, but you're going down with me. So
Absolutely.
I generally am able to make sure I can take other people out with me while I go down.
Yeah, that is the name of the game. Rainmaker is a mode where you want to create opportunities for yourself and use them as quickly as possible, because everybody and their mother is aware of your location as soon as you pick that thing up. And it does look like OMG does get the pop, as both teams are vying for that Rainmaker and control of mid. Neither team is using their bunker that much. One does go down on the side of Birb, but it is a 3v3 situation as that hammer does come out. OMG has an opportunity here to begin their push. They really could have used that hammer in order to paint up, but they don't. The T-Tech does go down. And it looks like we are currently in a pretty stalematy situation.
Yeah, you know, something with Rainmaker on Manta is how, you know, it's very close and compact, especially the more you're trying to push in. So it just makes it really easy for the opposing team that you're pushing on to, you know, come back out and come after you and take you down in general. So, you know, Birb here has to play very smart, very efficient, making sure that they're not jumping in just to die, like how 2 people just went down here. And
Yeah.
that's a wipe on the side of Birb, actually.
Absolutely, it was looking like they were going to begin a second push there, continuing their first push, but they all went down. I will say that was fantastic defense on the side of OMG, managing to take down their whole team almost at the exact same time. They were working together in order to defeat the members of Birb, and they did a great job.
The K-Shot here looks like they're trying to put some pressure on the Tetras. They do so successfully, having a teammate come and help them. And those bubbles getting popped on the Inkjet, killing the Inkjet with the bubble pop.
Hey, the Inkjet is such a threat, and they know it. They really want to be able to take that thing out, and they're going to have to work together to do so. Great job.
But the Hammer actually ends up taking out the Shot and the Rainmaker carrier, which is a really good pick from Next here.
Yeah, and that Rainmaker is beginning a counter push heading towards the goal. They don't have to do much, they just have to be able to keep this on the opponent's side. That way the battle lines are shifted away from mid, where it is not safe for that Rainmaker to be. They do have to watch their back though, and they don't manage to take out that K-Shot with them. There are 2 members down on the side of Birb, and it looks like OMG is regaining their portion of mid control. Man, what a risky jump, and that Rainmaker is beginning to push forward.
Yeah, Shiny here doing their hardest here to make some sort of paint here, taking out the Tetras and making sure that they paint their base a little bit beforehand. You know, Law here making a push here towards the Shot. The Rainmaker doing a good job of supporting their teammate and taking them out. Unfortunately, are going to go down to the Tetras that they took out earlier, and Tetras are going to try and apply some pressure here, but unfortunately they end up going down to the K-Shot.
Rainmaker is not moving, and when everybody's aware of your location, the last thing you want to do is be stationary for too long, because now Birb has time to mount a defense and really get a good angle on you. If they do manage to get the Rainmaker, no, never mind, that Rainmaker is still in control. Never mind, they do go down on top of Sneak, and Birb is putting up a fantastic defense here.
Birb putting up a fantastic defense, and it looks like Isabella here is going to drop that Rainmaker just so they can reset it, knowing that it's not in a good position for them, especially if Shiny here gets that pop. So, you know, with 50-ish seconds left. Oh my god! Next with these hammer throws, holy crap!
Yeah, absolutely, and Birb is completely wiped as Shiny is going to go for the knockout! Way to go, Shiny!
Shiny being able to take game 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're saying, hello, Birb. We are not here to allow you a clean sweep in the middle of Grand Finals. It's time to throw hands.
We're gonna throw hands, like how you kept throwing your hammer at us.
Yeah, absolutely. Way to go, Shiny, as we move on to Tower Control Piranha Pit. Now, I do expect to see, I hope to see a sniper. We have not seen anybody bring out a sniper here in this set at all, and I don't think I've seen any snipers actually this morning altogether. But Tower Control Piranha Pit is just one of those map modes where snipers really do benefit and can be the difference between clearing that first checkpoint or not.
They definitely can be, but at the same time, having a sniper doesn't always guarantee that either, unfortunately, especially if depending on the positioning of them, actually. I know that like very like little middle area coming out of spawn is a very good position to take when playing Charger, or even Ramp, depending on where people are. I don't know. Part of me wants to expect Stingray in some form or another. I'm gonna be honest, I don't exactly expect it to come from Shiny here, because Shiny hasn't pulled out a single Stingray this entire game, or like just this entire tournament, as far as I'm aware. Actually,
I was going to say I don't think I've seen a Stingray all morning.
This might change.
Well, let's hope so. Alright, and the match is starting with TC Piranha Pit, and it looks like we are going back to that double K-shot, and it looks like the two teams are both running identical comps to what they were last match.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any changes here whatsoever. You know, picking what they're comfortable with, you know, which I completely am okay with, you know. Do what you're comfortable with. Oh no!
Oh no, exactly, yeah, that inkjet does go down on the side of Birb, and it looks like OMG is going to be able to begin their push. They do have a lots of fear with that Dynamo just camping there where they're going to have to head. They do pull lead there, but it's not like they've cleared that first checkpoint yet. There are just missiles raining down from everywhere on both sides, and OMG is 2 down, and it looks like Birb is going to be able to reset that tower.
Hazard has Inkjet ready, it looks like, taking out the shot here. Popping Inkjet, gonna apply pressure to their base, making sure that nobody can leave, but unfortunately they end up making a mistake in pushing up so far and going so low, so the Junior is able to get that shot and cancel them. The Dynamo here taking that Junior out and popping armor in the process. They are going to take lead here, and unfortunately they take first checkpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. That first checkpoint is huge just because it is so difficult to clear, especially with that when you have to worry about your head there and keeping yourself alive, just because the enemy just have such a significant height advantage over you there at that first checkpoint. A lead of 60 is nothing to sneeze at. However, it's certainly not the best thing in the world when you have 3.5 minutes left in the game. One member does go down on the side of Birb to make that 2, and it looks like Shiny OMG is going to be able to begin their counter push, making their way up. They do have a significant portion of map control near that first checkpoint. That is going to be in their favor as they try to clear it.
Hopping on and off of the tower, popping them bubbles. The bubbles are going to help them a lot here, and it looks like Nex is going to have to do some pushing up here to get that tower to go back. So, you know, Shiny here is just a full 10 points like away from a lead, and they're definitely, you know, pushing it. They just barely get lead with that Junior having to run away, being the last person alive. How the heck did they get that?
That's how they cleared that checkpoint. Yeah, they do clear that checkpoint and pull lead, but it's 2.5 minutes left, and Birb has just done a fantastic job of keeping the pressure up. Their Inkjet does go down, and so does that Dynamo. This is not good for Birb, as Shiny OMG gets a wipe, and they have all their almost all their specials ready to go.
Which is really unfortunate for them because, you know, Shiny here is just popping that double missile.
Yeah,
and taking out that Dynamo. Trying to go for a pick on the Inkjet, but it doesn't look like they'll get that. The K-shot from the opposing side does actually take out Shiny's K-shot. One of them, anyways. And they end up taking out the Squeezer, too.
Absolutely. Shiny does have a significantly better lead here. They just started that second checkpoint. However, that they certainly have a lead to work with here. As 2 members are down on the side of Birb. Birb is not going to be able to begin their counter push. They don't have specials yet. They don't have a man advantage in mid. You really can't be pushing the tower if you're in a 2v4 situation or a 2v3 situation.
That Junior showed us otherwise, but you know.
Well, That junior could go be a champion, but I don't think the rest of us could keep up with him on a regular basis.
Hazard here's gonna pop the inkjet, trying to do what Hazard's been doing best here in applying pressure using the inkjet. Isabel getting on the tower, pushing it a little bit. Unfortunately, dodge rolling right into the enemy fire and leaving Hazard alone, and it looks like it's very much so a wipe on the side of Birb here. Birb just struggling to keep up, trying their hardest to apply more pressure and get back in, trying to get back their lead. But Shinyyy here is just doing a really good job and capitalizing off of that paint control that they have. The Squeezer here taking 2 people down.
Squeezer, fantastic job of working with their teammates to get those picks there. They forced that guy into a 2v1 situation and made it a very clean pick. The Dynamo is currently down on the side of Birb. Make that 3 down on the side of Birb, and it looks like this is going to be Shinyy's victory. And that's game.
We saw a little dancing from the Squeezer.
Oh, I did not catch that. Nice, way to go on the side of Shinyyy, bringing us into a 2v2 situation in Grand Finals.
Well, I mean, you know, either of these teams just needs to get 2 more points. The only difference here is that, you know, Birb, if they get 2 more points, they take the set. And, you know, if Shinyyy gets 2 more points, then they get a very beautiful bracket reset where they have to play another best of 7 set.
Yeah, absolutely. Birb is going to want to do their best to prevent that situation, but there are 3 matches left in the game, and we are moving on to Splat Zone's Wahoo, which is such a large map for both of these very frontline focused comps.
Zone's Wahoo is a very interesting map and mode combo for me, personally, from what I've seen of it. I know it's it's a map that within Launch Point and I believe other sort of draft servers, I've mainly only seen it in Launch Point, but anytime I talk to some other teams and stuff, sometimes they meme about it, and the meme is mainly that Zone's Wahoo is just too often in the map list.
Yeah, Zone's Wahoo is just is a very nice map, though, that Zone being round is very unique to work with. And we are sticking with the double K shot on the side of Shinyyy OMG. They are very confident in that comp, it's very good to see. That Squeezer does go down, though, as Birb looks like they're going to be able to cap Zone here and begin working down Shinnyy's plat. That plat is just so major for Zone's Wahoo. If Birb has control of that, they have control of the game. And they are getting pick after pick on the side of that Squeezer, working their way down to 70 remaining. 2 are down on the side of Birb, but if I am seeing correctly, it still looks like Shinyyy OMG does not have control of their own plat, which is just so major in terms of keeping people in the zone and keeping reinforcements able to enter. Birb does get another pick, and it looks like they are going to be able to keep control of this zone here. Oh, never mind, it does go to Shinyyy OMG as we are in a 3v4 situation. And it looks like Shinyyy, if I can see around that wall there, does have control of their plat at this point, which is very good for them.
Yeah, you know, I was a little surprised when Shinyyy OMG, you know, that the K-shot just didn't take out that jump from the K-shot, because it was a really, like, to me it seemed like a very, like, close and easy just kill for them, but they you know, they didn't get it.
And
it
Birb does
like,
get the wipe on Shinyyy OMG and takes control of the zone. They don't have very many penalty points to work with, and they are heading down towards 30 remaining. Wow, what a play there.
Yeah, Birb here just eating down that counter, doing their best that they can to keep that zone, and it's looking very orange, but not capped yet. Birb gets it back as they pop bubbles, and another wipe on the side of shinyyy OMG. Hazard making some picks and pushing up. There's a remaining of 3, and unfortunately shinyy's not going to be able to make any sort of push back in here. Birb's going to take a 3rd game, and this is possibly a game set match in the making.
Yeah, absolutely. Birb just did a fantastic job of keeping paint on the opponent's plat. If you don't have control of plat, you really don't have access to that zone. You can go up and over all those walls and through carousel all you want, but unless you have clean access to that zone, you're not going to be able to get reinforcements in there to defend or put up a good offense. We would be moving on towards Clam Blitz the Reef.
Sad.
Don't be sad. Be happy! Clam Blitz the Reef!
I see Reef everywhere.
Reef.
Everywhere I
Reef.
go, it calls my name, it follows me.
And it wakes you up at 7 a.m. in order to commentate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm here to enjoy some Clam Blitz Reef. I really do enjoy this map. It's just, it's so unique in terms of keeping control of that bridge here. It's just so pivotal in terms of winning Clam Blitz on this map mode. That bridge is just key here in order to be able to access your opponent's treat from 2 different angles. You can access it from their court, you can access it through sneak and through the side there in order to get out of the basket, through like a little sneaky clam push. But most important is using that bridge to get into street.
Yeah, I don't know, like, we've seen gameplay on the Reef already thus far, but it was Reef Zones. Reef Clams is a little bit of a different monster, I would say. Because the basket is in such an area that it's not the easiest to push into unless you're going around back, or unless you're somehow able to push through the bridge, which generally the bridge is a very good key point to hold.
Yeah, absolutely, and we are once again bringing out that double K shot, and it looks like both teams are running identical comps. They are here. These comps have carried them all the way to grand finals, and they are ready to rock and roll with it.
Yeah, so they have Dynamo here on the side of, I believe it's Birb? Or not Birb, yeah, no, it's Birb, actually. Here, Birb is doing a really good job of keeping the map green as much as they possibly can, but unfortunately, shinyyy OMG is definitely making it hard for them, as there's just so much blue on the map. And shinyyy OMG is gonna pop armor here and push up a little bit, you know, getting that first clam in.
Pretty clean in terms of holding that clamp there until just the right moment. They are trying to paint up that basket in order to deny them opportunity, but Law is over there. He is a good jump if his teammates wanted to be. Well, he's no longer a good jump because he is rushed down by that Dynamo with their teammate. Birb is putting up a fantastic defense. The paint is all around their basket, and at this point, shinyyy OMG no longer has access to it as it closes.
Birb doing a good job of getting picks and making sure to push them down, and Isabel here specifically making a really nice push on the right side, mainly only getting paint on the board here. I expected a possible splashdown jump. You know, maybe I was a little foolish to think.
No, it looks like they might decide to go for that after all as they work their way towards the basket. They do have 16 clams, and they're going to use that splashdown in order to apply a little bit of paint there. Adrelina would have to be able to get all the way up to the basket, but there are 2 members of her team down, so she's going to take the opportunity to fall back and chunk that clam back. The last thing you want to be is a slow roller with everybody on the map having your location. So that was very smart of them to throw that clam. shinyyy OMG does only have 9 clams. They went down with that clam, so they're going to be able to begin to work their way back up.
Hazard here able to take some assistance from their teammate. Unfortunately, they go down to the K-Shot, but K-Shot ends up going down to the Dynamo here, and the Squeezer's going to make a push with their bubbles. Unfortunately, they have a K-Shot behind them, so they end up going down. And Adrenalina here is just trying so hard to make something out of this push with this power clam that they have, but unfortunately every which way that they go, unfortunately they're not able to make anything off of it. And the K shot here just takes the dynamo out, playing around Birb a lot here.
Absolutely. Shiny OMG is doing a fantastic job this match, keeping the pressure up. Birb has not had an opportunity to score at all with 2 minutes left in the match, and they are going to chuck clams to their teammates in an attempt to grab a power clam. What fantastic coordination on the side of OMG, and they managed to clear their penalty points down and apply even more points. Birb has got to be feeling the pressure at this point with 2 minutes left in the match.
Shiny OMG here doing a really good job of making a push here, and it looks like they're gonna get a KO here.
And they do. Wow. And we are going into a match 7 of grand finals. Shiny OMG here does have an opportunity for a bracket set reset here.
We're gonna see another game of Rainmaker and Blackbelly, and if the previous match from Shiny is anything to go off of, they're gonna take what they can and run with it.
Absolutely. Something I realized after the fact with that Rainmaker match is 3 members on the side of Shiny OMG were running LDE, and you have to wonder whether or not that had an effect on their last-minute victory there.
I'm very curious to see if if Shiny will be able to do what they did previously, or if Birb here is not gonna allow them to do such.
Yeah, if I was Birb, I would definitely be nervous. For sure. This is round 7. Both teams are going to be feeling the pressure. They have been playing all day, and they have been waiting for this moment. Shiny OMG fought very hard to be here. They want to win this match.
Honestly, both of these teams want to win this match.
Well, of course, because Birb wants to avoid a bracket reset, but Shiny OMG wants to be able to force it here. Alright, and the match is beginning, and we do see a little bit of a change here with Next bringing out the Neo Splashomatic. Alright, Birb is working their way up towards their specials. Their Tetras do go down, but so does the Squeezer on the side of Shiny OMG. Neither team has the Rainmaker. Unfortunately, that Tetatech does go down, and Shiny OMG picks up the Rainmaker. They are working their way up towards their opponent's goal, and they manage to get it down to remaining 3, and it looks like they do get taken out by either the Hammer or that K-Shot.
Tetras unfortunately end up going down alongside that Sploot. Their Hammer not being the best thing ever here because they just weren't in a really good position for it. You know, Shiny got that Rainmaker to a remaining of 21. It's better than having the remaining of 6 that they had in the previous set. At least it's better that way for Birb here. But unfortunately, Birb, 2 people down again, isn't really able to take much advantage. They're able to take 1 person out. The Dynamo is in a 1v1 against the K-Shot. Unfortunately, they're going to go down here. And the Junior here applying pressure, throwing their bombs and popping armor as they reset the Rainmaker successfully, trying to get the pop on the Rainmaker, but knowing that they probably won't and backing off of it.
They do have on the side of Shiny OMG. Now is not the time to be pushing. They have been extremely aggressive with the Rainmaker so far. Now it is time for them to be playing defense as Birb picks up the Rainmaker, pops Hammer, and is working that Rainmaker up towards their goal. Shiny OMG does shut that push down and does a good job of it. There are 2 members down on the side of Birb. It looks like the rest of them are jumping in. They pick the Rainmaker back up, and the K-Shot goes down for a moment. But that Rainmaker is just applying so much pressure to help their teammates.
Yeah, they just took out the Squeezer and the K-Shot on the side of Shiny here. They're gonna just barely almost take lead here. Unfortunately, they don't end up taking it, as they're doing their hardest that they can here to try and get that pop. Unfortunately, they're not, so all they can possibly do is try and provide safe jumps for their teammates, in which they unfortunately are unable to do that, as well as they end up going down, and Birb ends up going 3 down. I think actually a wipe, because I don't think I saw the Tetras anywhere. Oh, well, there they
It was
are.
a clean wipe for a moment there. And Shiny OMG is just applying so much pressure. That K shot is just going right up to spawn there and just getting pick after pick. The Rainmaker is defended very well from both Law and Sun there. And it looks like they're going to be able to push this up even further. Man, is that lead narrow though with 2 minutes left in the match?
With these leads being 1 point apart, it's very scary to see what you could possibly have here, because either Birb will be able to get some magical push here, because especially with that 3 down, that leaves a very big opportunity for a push, since Junior can only do so much. Their bombs can help, but you know, they're completely alone, they're outnumbered, they're short range, you know.
That's support weapon, not an offense weapon. The best thing that they could do here is be able to provide a path for the Rainmaker, but it does look like 3 go down on the side of Birb. That Splash is the only one up, and they're probably going to want to fall back to save that special. The Tetras do go down again on the side of Birb. Birb has to be very careful here. They are in a minute left in the match, and the last thing you want to do is be starting that feed loop. That Neo Splash-O-Matic has yet to pop their special, though. That hammer is quite a threat. And they do pop that hammer, and they're working with it, and they give it a check, but it doesn't manage to land any kills. Bird picks up the Rainmaker. They have 50 seconds left in the match, and they are in a 4v4 situation, and that Junior does have their armor ready to go.
They have 43 seconds and counting here. They have to play this very, very carefully, while they also have 45 seconds and counting remaining on that Rainmaker. So, you know, they'll only be allowed to have overtime for a little bit. Unfortunately, Missiles is going to definitely pressure the Rainmaker here, and next being able to push up and get the Rainmaker away from the bubbles, and there's 2 down on the side of Birb, and they're wiped in the last 15 seconds here.
Did a fantastic job there staying alive and trying to use the map there to do something with it, but it does... Oh, and they are taking that Rainmaker all the way back to goal, saying that Birb is not even going to have access to it for the final seconds of the match. Shiny does take the win.
And Shiny's gonna make this grand finals go into a bracket reset.
Absolutely. What a fantastic set. It was incredibly even. Well, it looks like we will be here in just a couple more minutes as we head towards the bracket reset of Grand Finals. Congratulations to both teams for putting up a fantastic fight, and I can't wait to see more.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna take a really short break here, just to let these teams prepare, and to give us a little bit of a break before we go into Best of 7-2 Electric Boogaloo.
Best of 7-2. Stay fresh. Hello, welcome back to Reef Rushdown. We are here with the bracket reset of Grand Finals, ready to pop off with Splatoon Starfish main stage. Are you ready, Sky, for another 7 matches, possibly?
Yeah.
Come on, let's show some enthusiasm for these two teams. They have been showing us some great games.
They've been showing us some definite great games, and it's such an early time for us. We're gonna be going onto zones on Starfish main stage first here to start. So I really don't expect any comp changes from any of these teams, to be completely honest.
Yeah, absolutely. The time for comp change debates is over. Both teams have gotten here so far with their comps, and they are ready to rock and roll with it. But at this point, they are going to start figuring out each other's strengths and weaknesses with these weapons. Alright, yeah, the comps are identical, and they are doing a fantastic job of splitting up. That Junior is painting up for that armor, getting ready to pop it as soon as his team needs it. And they do pop.
Yep, Shiny here being able to take out 2 people on the side of Birb first thing here. Not getting the zone here, but finally being able to cap that zone, painting up, throwing bombs. Junior doing a really good job supporting its team. Shiny here gets a very early lead here at 77 and counting. And Isabel here doing a flanky flank, taking out that Junior, but unfortunately they don't get the zone there. Getting a nice triple, impossibly a quad, and going down into a trade against the Squeezer there.
Well, honestly, if I was your teammate, I would be proud of you. You just did your job. Congratulations, Tetras. That was a fantastic play from them, providing enough pressure for their team to be able to cap zone and potentially lock out the opposing team. What a fantastic play, especially what you would expect from Tetras.
Birb is doing a really good job here, trying their hardest here to keep that zone captured, using bubbles and whatever else they can possibly. Unfortunately, the touches go down on the left there, and it's just a really, I wouldn't call it a stalemate. It's just a very back and forth battle between these two teams. Especially with Birb having the new lead here. So it makes Shiny have to do a little bit more pushing on that lead, and Tetras are going to get cancelled by the 3 people watching them. And
yeah, the only times you're relatively stationary as a Tetra player is when you're using that splashdown or you're at the end of your dodge roll. So the last thing you want to do is pop that splashdown when you have people watching you. It's never a get out of jail free card. Birb is managed to clear their penalty points here. They are working down towards that lead, but that zone is going to be capped on the side of Shiny OMG. Man, are these two teams even.
These teams are very even, and I think they've shown us this, with going to a Game 7 in just the last set. It's just very nice to see. Unfortunately, Isabel is definitely stuck in a very tough position here with 2 people pincering them as they end up going down. Shiny here is doing a really good job getting rid of that penalty, eating away at it, and then starting to get more score on the board for them. 28 remaining and counting as their shot goes down, and the Dynamo from Birb is trying their hardest to paint over, but those bubbles are going to use that, and the Dynamo and Isabel popping her splashdown caps the zone for Birb, and it makes Shiny have to back off a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Shiny has 50 penalty points to work through, which is quite a lot. Birb does clear their penalty points, and they are working down their way towards Shiny's lead. It really is anybody's match with a minute and a half left in the game. You cannot count either of these teams out. There is no guaranteed victor here.
Hazard here just sitting in a small pool of ink, sharking, waiting for a possible pick, getting a trade on the other shot.
Yeah, absolutely, and when your team is in control of the zone, there is no shame in a trade.
Never any shame. Oh no!
Oh my! And it looks like 2 go down on the side of Birb. shinyyy OMG is currently in the control of the zone. They only need to hold that for about 10 more seconds as Birb is wiped, and this is increasingly looking like a KO, and give me that booyah, son! Way to go on the side of shinyyy OMG, working their way out of losers finals and getting here towards that bracket reset. They are here to go.
Man, look at those kills from the side of shinyyy here.
Yeah, absolutely. That junior did a fantastic job of applying armors and getting kills. I will say I was extremely impressed with the Tetra player there.
Also, we're gonna be going on to Tower Control the Reef. Whose favorite map is it? The Reef!
Everybody who watches this tournament's favorite map, our namesake map, the Reef.
You know, Tower Control Reef very similar to Reef on Zones. In regards of where you need to be objective-wise. You know, Bridge as always is a really good, you know, key position to be holding in general on Reef.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be holding that bridge here because it overlooks the tower, and you know you can prevent the enemy from clearing first checkpoint if you have enough range and control of bridge there. That Tetra player is going to have a wonderful little bit of an edge here using that bridge in order to get their splashdown to anybody who might be near that tower.
I think the difference between a lot of other tower control maps compared to the Reef is it feels like Reef's, you know, a little bit more open, I guess. At least until you get to that last checkpoint.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. The checkpoints there's no really environmental pressure there preventing you from clearing those checkpoints. It really has to come from either paint or offense. Alright, and we are seeing both teams pull out the same comps that they have been pulling out all morning. How exciting!
Actually, I see it different too with Nex and Hazard, you know, deciding to mirror the other team. Because I know Nex, or not Nex, I know Hazard has been playing the T-Tech variation of shot a lot, but they're both gonna go double missile here. So
I didn't catch that. Fantastic!
Fantastic until you have 2 missiles on you. But here we see that the junior is able to take out the opposing K-shot, and both the K-shots on the side of Birb are down here, as this is going to open a opportunity for shinyyy to make a push here.
And they do manage to pull lead here. It looks like they're going to be able to clear that first checkpoint quite easily and keep moving forward with that tower. That tower is going to be clear at least until they get down to 60. As 2 members are down on the side of Birb, there is nobody on the tower. It looks like somebody took the tower rider out from behind, and no one quite noticed in terms of their teammates. shinyyy is going to have to fall back as they did have a significant number of members go down, and Birb is building up that special utility.
Birb here is definitely getting that bridge, holding it really well here. It looks like that they need to be a little bit careful around the tower, as on the left side they're gonna have somebody aggressing their shot, and unfortunately they're gonna go 3 down on the side of Birb. Only Isabel left on Tetris, and she's gonna also end up going down here as well.
Birb is once again wiped, and shinyyy is beginning to push that tower. They really got to be painting up in order to shift the battle lines to where the tower is no longer under threat. And it looks like they are doing that. They have their specials ready to go. Those bubbles are there to defend tower, but boy, is that dynamo a threat. That dynamo does go down, and the squeezer looks like it takes them out, but those tetras are still up. They are threatening that tower, but the tetras go down as well. They clear that second checkpoint, and they are moving on.
Yeah, you know, they're doing a really good job here, keeping that tower, pushing it, doing what they showed us in Piranha Tower Control, actually. And they wipe Birb, and they all get on tower, it looks like for a drip pick.
Wow, I was just gonna say, look at how many people are swarming that tower. What a fantastic job from shinyyy there. That was extremely clean. Fantastic win for Shinyyy there, and it looks like we are in a 2-0 situation in the grand finals. Birb is gotta be feeling the pressure at this point.
You know, you gotta think, Shinyyy, didn't really have to run through losers because they were sent to losers finals, but you have to think that going through this entire tournament that, both of these teams are definitely feeling a little bit worn out, getting a little tired, possibly not playing at their best because they're at the very end of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And after that very even last set, your brain is just going to be pretty fried, giving your best and giving your hardest. Birb really worked very hard in order to prevent this bracket reset from happening at all, but it did. And now Shinyyy is going to be feeling the momentum from that. They are hyped. They managed to get this far. They are awake and alert. They are communicating and they are working for it. Talk about popping off. And it looks like we are going to be heading into Rainmaker Inkblot Art Academy. That is a very interesting mode, for sure. You have so few options in terms of pushing that Rainmaker. And it's going to be very interesting to see what both Birb and Shinyyy can pull off here.
Yeah, going into Rainmaker on Inkblot, Inkblot in general, just I don't know. Rainmaker Inkblot, I've heard, is just a very stally map. I feel like any Rainmaker map can be pretty stally, but I hear it more so complained about Inkblot of all maps.
Yeah, Rainmaker fans really don't have any opinions on Inkblot Art Academy. It does not stand out as a map for me.
I don't know. But in general, I really like Inkblot. It's a very nice map. Maybe not on Rainmaker, but zones and clams, I like.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the combination, and it looks like that T-Tech is coming back out on the side of Birb. They were not happy with that K-Shot, and it looks like instead of Dynamo, they are going Carbon. There is comp changes, and that Neo Splash is coming out to go down on the side of Birb already, but it's not a big deal. It is Rainmaker. It is a very, very bloody mode, and that Carbon is just putting up so much pressure and manages to take out the Rainmaker.
Yeah. Next here is going to use that hammer, throwing it, possibly trying to get a pick, but unfortunately not getting such. Birb is doing a really good job of trying to make a push here. Carbon trying to get a ledge kill, but unfortunately because of the missiles, they have to be very careful of what they're doing and who they're around so they don't accidentally kill a teammate.
Yeah, absolutely, and somebody comes around to threaten that Carbon from behind. For sure, that Carbon does have more speed, perhaps, than they are used to because they have been playing Dynamo these past several sets. To go down on both sides, both teams are back up. The lead of 77 is not much. They really only have to go over that wall to increase it, and just dancing on that wall manages to push it to 76. One goes down on the side of Shinyyy OMG. If they wanted to push this forward to get a couple more cheeky points, they could, but the Rainmaker is playing very cautiously.
As they should be, when they don't know exactly what they're going to possibly be running into, and it looks like Hazard here is going to try and go behind, but it's not necessarily going to be for the Rainmaker, as their teammates help them out in that regard and take the Rainmaker out themselves.
Absolutely, and that T-Tech is ready to pop that Inkjet whenever they are ready.
Shinyyy here is going to pop armor, and here we see Hazard with the Inkjet finally, as the armor actually is gone, and they take lead for the side of Birb.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to wonder if they were waiting for that armor in order to pop that Inkjet. And Birb does pull a very significant lead, pushing the Rainmaker all the way through Shinyy's court and getting it down to a lead of 32 remaining, which is pretty good. Shinyyy OMG is going to want to start being more aggressive with that Rainmaker. Like you said, this map is very, very stally, but they still have plenty of time with 2.5 minutes left in this match.
We see that bubbles here are coming out. And, they're doing a really good job trying to paint. Unfortunately, they end up going down here. Oh!
Yeah, Rainmaker does reset towards mid. They get that taking out that hammer with the pop. Shiny OMG can really do something with this as they take one down on the left side. The Rainmaker does go down, but so does the Carbon. Man, that K-Shot is putting in a lot of work here, dancing through their opponent's court, and does go down finally. But man, that T-Tech is weak. The Rainmaker possibly could take them out with an explosion. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. The Rainmaker is pretty isolated there on top of that ledge, and they do go down.
Oh!
Oh
Jeez.
my, oh my. Yeah, that hammer really coming around that wall, taking down a significant portion of the team of Shiny. But look at that map control. That in almost entirety of mid is green. Or, oh my gosh, it was until next turned around, and then all of a sudden it's pink.
And the Rainmaker here is going to actually reset itself. Shiny really needs to try and get, you know, about 31 more point or 32 more points. Math, no. They need to get about 32 more points. They're
trying to.
Ooh. Birb is doing more damage to Shiny, and unfortunately, Birb ends up getting completely wiped here, leaving the last 50 seconds to be an opportunity for Shiny to either KO or get very close to a KO. But they lose the Rainmaker here in the last 30 seconds. They get it pop here, but it doesn't look like they're gonna pick it up right away, needing to get that paint first, needing to secure that they can actually push the Rainmaker before they decide to pick it up and start doing that. And they pick it up. Looks like they're gonna go through the left side here on the ramp. They go up the wall. And unfortunately, the Tetras take them out. And 11 seconds left on the board. And they need to get that pop now and grab Rainmaker as soon as possible. They grab it, yes. And they're gonna back off onto that stack as they're gonna go into overtime. They gotta be very, very careful and patient here, and be aware of where their enemies are. And taking out that Tetras, they are going to have to worry about an Inkjet and a hammer, and unfortunately the Carbon's going to take them out, and that is going to be a game 3 for Birb.
Yeah, absolutely. Birb is saying, you know, hey, we may have been a little bit sleepy these past 2 matches, but we are still awake. We are here, and what a fantastic match from Birb. Rainmaker definitely did a fantastic job there on their part. And also, I will point out, Shiny, the K-Shot had 18 kills, which is quite impressive.
Next, we'll be going on to Clamblitz on Anchovy Games. And while I like clams, you know, Anchovy is just a very interesting map. It's really nice for when you want to, like, make jump-in pushes, but at the same time, it's really hard to push into that basket because it's so far in to the base of the opponents. You either have to push through their street using the right fan, or you have to push on that right block that I'm pretty sure is here on this map.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I am not that familiar with this map mode combination. I can imagine it just being very difficult to get in there because backlines would typically, I know neither of these teams are going to pull out a traditional backline, but backlines are just so dominant on this map. And that's very unusual for Clamblitz just because it is such a frontline focused mode. And it looks like that match is starting. I'm not expecting any comp changes, but then again, Birb did switch their weapons out a little bit last round, so we will see.
I mean, if we do see any comp changes, it'll be very minimally at the very best. Ooh.
All right, yeah, it does look like that T-Tech is switching out for the K-Shot, and the person, Adrelina, who was playing Dynamo most of this match, most of these sets, is going to be sticking with the Carbon, which is very interesting.
You know, as long as Birb can keep up the paint, then that can just be very beneficial to having, like, that'll just secure that, you know, having that Carbon's completely fine. Dynamo, you know, I guess part of me wonders if maybe they thought, you know, Dynamo's a little too slow here, I need something that's a little bit quicker. But, you know, with that, they also throw away a lot of like the paint that they had once before. Oh, because Dynamo just paints really well. Not to say that Carbon doesn't also, but
You have to wonder whether or not they were thinking about speed here. That Carbon Deco is an excellent weapon choice, so it's nothing to sneeze at. However, it is different, and you have to wonder how that's going to be affecting that Roller's playstyle, just because Dynamo is so slow and Carbon is so fast. Isabel does go in with that super jump splashdown, dropping the clam, but that's not too big of a deal because neither team has scored yet. Unfortunately, 2 go down on the side of Birb, probably defending that clam, and Isabel does have to fall back in order to save her life. Definitely the smarter play there. Shiny OMG does have growing special utility with armor and bubbles ready to go, and 20 clams. This is a scary situation for Birb.
yeah, Isabel's sitting there sharking on that fan. You know, being able to take out the shot, but not before they're able to possibly push up with using bubbles here. And unfortunately, the Carbon and shot combo here ends up taking out one of the teammates on the side of Shiny, and they get 1 power climb in, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get anything else here, as it's just the squeezer.
Yeah, absolutely. Birb had enough time there in order to react to what was going on and mount a proper defense. Yes, they managed to get a power climb in there, but that is just 1 power climb, and then you are handing the opposing team the same amount of points by giving them that pity. Birb has significantly more to work with us at this point. They are building their special utility, but unfortunately that squeezer does go down, taking out that special utility with them.
Something I'll say here is, oh no. Something that like we've noticed while watching Shiny play is that, they've just done a really good job with clams in general. Like I'm fairly certain from the matches that I've watched at the very least that they've KO'd on Clam Blitz a majority of the time, and that's not really an easy thing to necessarily do.
So you have to wonder how much time they spend practicing their clams, because they do manage to get 2 power clams in there and then some smaller clams, keeping that basket open. Man, this does feel familiar, and just clam blitz, what a mode for Shiny.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, Isabel here is gonna go down to the squeezer, who's just sitting up and using their range to their advantage in this situation, backing off from the missiles and the bomb, and supporting their teammate here, taking one of them out as 2 go down on the side of Birb.
Yeah, absolutely, and Shiny has 21 clams. This is feeling very familiar. Time and time again, Shiny just keeping up the paint pressure and getting those clams. If you're picking up clams, the opponent can't be picking up clams because those clams just aren't there. They haven't spawned in, and they are heading towards the KO! Pop off, Shiny.
We love to see a good old gameplay of Clam Blitz, especially from a team that knows how to play this mode and very obviously coordinates very well here.
Yeah, absolutely. That was so remarkably clean. Definitely appreciate that. Birb did do a good job of canceling that first push. However, Shiny said, we know how you play on this map mode now, and we're going to be able to counteract that. And next for Rainmaker.
Yeah, for our next match, we're gonna be going onto Rainmaker on Wahoo. This is a possible game set match here on the side of Shiny because, it's very possible here. But, we're not gonna count Birb out just yet because, for all we know, Birb might reverse sweep into a Game 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Birb is nothing to sneeze at. They are here to compete, and they've been doing fantastic all morning. If I remember correctly, Shiny won Rainmaker Manta Maria during the last 30 seconds of the match very narrowly, and I'm trying to remember who won Black Belly. Do you remember who won the Black Belly match?
I think it was I think it was Birb.
Okay. I was very curious to see who had performed better on previous matches.
Yeah, because I'm fairly certain Birb got to a lead of like around 23 or 22, and then.
Oh yes, Birb won the previous Rainmaker Inkblot Academy, but I don't have access to the last set information as we are starting this Rainmaker Wahoo match.
We don't see very many comp changes. The only thing.
Yes.
Oh wait, that's a Nautilus.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. Hello, not. Adrelina, the roller player who's been playing both Carbon and Dynamo primarily this whole morning, has come out with the Nautilus, and I'm very curious to see what she can do with that.
We see that next year is gonna pop that hammer and pop the Rainmaker's shield as well. And on that note, they're gonna start pushing the Rainmaker. Birb getting a really good start here. They need to get, Shiny here needs to get a really good shutdown here on them.
The two members are down on the side of Shiny, but so is Birb. They do manage to get that down to 49 remaining. However, there is no one. Oh, excuse me. Birb is pushing that down to remaining 6, which is extremely good for Rainmaker Wahoo.
Yeah, the junior here doing her best to aggress the Nautilus.
Oh,
Isabel getting the KO from underneath them.
Hello, Isabel. I bet you Shiny was just as shocked by that KO as we were. Look, you can't even see a speck of paint near that goal. Isabel was left unattended, and that's the last thing you want to do is leave a Slayer without any supervision.
Huh.
I know, huh?
Well, we're gonna go up to zones Piranha Pit now. Piranha Pit, just a very... I wouldn't really say it's a nice map, but it's a fine map overall. Something about the zones is that the zones are split, similarly to Triggerfish and such. They're both in the middle, however, and there's nothing like keeping the zones apart from each other. So there's not much of a worry of having to be on either side to paint the zone.
Yeah, and in terms of those Tetra players, those Tetras from Isabel, Zone's Piranha Pit is actually one of the most meta uses of Splashdown. So definitely looking forward to seeing what she could pull off with her special here that might not be possible in other map modes. And definitely looking forward to seeing which weapon Adrelina pulls out, because I was very surprised by that Nautilus last round.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, it's just Angelina going from Dynamo to Carbon to Nautilus, like, it doesn't, I don't know, it seems like it's a bit of a rule change too, because I see Dynamo more of a mid-back line, and then like you go to Carbon, which is like a front line. And then you go to Nautilus, which is like a mid-front line, so...
Yeah, I have to wonder what she sees in those weapons, because certainly there is something in common there that you and I would not see as people who... I don't know if you play roller, I don't, and I also don't play not. So there's probably just something that we are not seeing there that those two weapons have in common.
And now a bucket.
A bucket. Okay, she is bringing out that Tri-Slosher. V-Tri, definitely providing a source of armor for her team. It is a very aggressive weapon to have armor, though, because you never know when all of a sudden you're going to lose that armor, and you can't exactly save it for the most opportune moments because you're up in the enemy's base. Shiny OMG does have two members down as Birb takes control of the zone, which is very good for them. The Tetras are down, though, which is not good, because that's taking away a significant portion of their offense, and so does that Squeezer go down. Shiny OMG is going to pop their specials. They pop that armor, and they are aggressing that zone, and it looks like they are going to cap as 3 members of Birb are down.
Sun here with the Squeezer doing their best that they can, aggressing in popping off here, helping their team very much so. And Isabel with the splashdown, getting it down on the zone, taking one of the zones, not both, and, Sun having to back off and jump out, unfortunately.
I was looking forward to seeing what Isabel could pull off with that splashdown here, because it actually is an excellent use of splashdown. Talk about Tetras having a little bit of an edge here just because of their mobility and that splashdown, and here she goes again. But unfortunately, she does get taken out because those two members did have armor, so she was not going to be able to KO them with that splashdown. It would have been excellent had she been able to get that two kill, however, it was just not going to happen while that armor was active.
Squeezer ends up going down to the shot here as they pop their bubbles. Unfortunately, that's going to get rid of their special and not really do very much for them bubble-wise. We have the Tri-Slosher here popping armor and trying to make a push here, you know, capping that right zone for themselves.
Absolutely, and this is match point for shinyyy OMG. They are going to be determined to keep control of these zones as they are clear of their penalty points. Their big goal here is to prevent Birb from capping and applying those penalty points from them. Unfortunately, 2 members are down on the side of the Birb, and 3 are down. I mean, make that 3 down on the side of Birb. Shinyyy is still in control of the zone, and they are just so close to that KO. Birb really has to be careful here.
Yeah, Hazard's backing off, doing their best they can. Unfortunately, they're gonna trade to the shot here, and you know, Junior here doing a really good job painting. Unfortunately, they're not focused on the right zone, so Tri-Slosher's gonna come in, pop armor, and throw some burst bombs at that zone, and it doesn't look like they're able to cap it, and they end up going down, and it's just 1 left on the side of Birb, and shinyyy here is able to get the zone back, and they count down to the last second, and they get a KO here.
My goodness, that Tri-Slosher just had their work cut out for him, desperately trying to cap that zone in order to apply some penalty points on the shinyyy, but shinyyy said, hey, we see you, we see that UI indicating that you're attacking the zone, and we are going to shut that down, and your armor can't save you. Shinyyy does manage to take the win here, making them the winners of Grand Final.
Man, you know, shinyyy and Birb, both of these teams, really amazing gameplay from both of them. Very evenly matched, showed us what they could do, and they did the best that they possibly could here in this situation. You know, ending it all on a wonderful Game 6 here, on a best of 7 set. shinyyy coming out on victorious.
These two teams were absolutely phenomenal all morning. What fantastic even matches to watch. If I was them, I would definitely be reaching out to the captain of the other team and setting up scrims. There is a lot of room for potential growth here. These two teams can definitely keep each other on their toes, and I look forward to seeing where they end up. Congratulations to shinyyy for winning Reef Rushdown and Grand Finals.
And, you know, right before we head off, where can the lovely people find you, Sep?
Oh, yeah, you can find me on Twitter and Twitch at Skepadillions, as seen on screen this whole time. Pretty easy to find me. How about you, Shy?
You can find me at, you know, at Sky the Demon on pretty much anything. Sometimes I shorten it to at Sky if that's possible, but generally it's at Sky the Demon. And it's 10:30 a.m. here, and you know, wonderful games from shinyyy, Birb, and everybody else. That is Reef Rushdown 10. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time.
See y'all next